Well, hello everyone, and welcome to one weekend of the WT7 streams. I'm here joined by Insane, by the way, normally the team captain of Fame, but a lot of money involved, a lot of shenanigans in the background, and now we finally got him to join on, the analyst's desk. Before we head there, though, let's take a quick look at the drops for today and tomorrow. We have prepared quite some goodies for you there. As you can see on the stream, at the moment, you can, first of all, refresh your stream because they were supposed to go live at 4 p.m. You can get 5 large kits of all and decals, and tomorrow you can get 1 day of premium. But yeah, all of those drops aside, Insane, those 2 days are going to be quite exciting, especially the matches coming up. I believe you're going to take us through the tournament structure shortly.
Yeah, hey everyone. So I hope you're impatient and excited for those matches. We're gonna start with CSA against Fame. That's probably gonna be an interesting match. Fame is probably the favorite according to the lineup. They have a lot of experienced players, a lot of past WGL players. But CSA, you need to give them credit. They have been doing really well during the group stage. So that's for sure gonna be an exciting and close match. Next, we are gonna have Tropical Cyclone against Invil, the rematch from the last WoT7 finals. I really expect a close match there. You have the Polish powerhouse Invil against Tropical that is going to be helped by their Discord caller, Call Me Piotr. So I guess there are going to be a lot of mind games, counter tactics involved. So it's going to be pretty fun to watch. And after that, we're going to have the loser bracket. So the loser of the match from CSA against Fame is going to take over against Raid. They were third of their group during the group stage. And after that, we're going to have the second Polish team, Pozdro Poczwitz. I don't know if I said it correctly, Poczwitz, something like this. We're just going to call them Polish Bananas. That's going to make it much easier. They're going to take over against the loser of Tropical Cyclone against Invil. So we are going to be covering a total of 4 matches today.
Alright, so thanks for that rundown right now. As you mentioned, the first match is going to be CSA against Fame, and normally that could already be a grand final for any sort of tournament. This time it's the first match we're actually going to see on stream, and that one is going to be getting covered by our lovely caster duo, Ducky and Mojo.
Yes, Kihan, thank you very, very much for the introduction. Mojo, nice to see you here again as well. And did you notice, Mojo, we have another one that joined us here on the stream segment and saying that when you become a bot FC, you start becoming an analyst.
Bro, if NoTail could do analysis on Dota and TI, I think Insane can drop a little bit here on the ground, and do it with us here. At least I expect some serious brainstorming in the intermezzo,
Yeah, well, we'll have to see about it. I think there's be a lot of harsh words if teams misplay, what are they doing? Oh my god.
What is this bot doing?
Oh
Why
man,
is he
this is
here?
so bad, man. Mainly, to be honest, I expect him to be super critical for the Fame team itself. There was I think he helped them a little bit here and there as well, so if they don't
there's
perform...
a Fame team. I heard democracy is their motto in this tournament here, because there is no affirmative shot caller like you would be or Insane, so let's see how will that look for them on this tournament, man. Every name here we know, right?
Yeah, every name here we know. I mean, a lot of experience there from older 7v7 formats with the likes of Kaizu, Elian, Nile, Rishek, Shokesh, and then the newer players per se, Feli, Benzo, and then Dragos as well.
Hey, new blood, man, coming in. I mean, all really exceptional players. We will see how will they actually pair together now on 7-on-7, the third iteration that we have on this server.
I think the worst part, I think teams are lucky that there's no tier 9s in this, because if Dragos gets to play a Z50, everybody would be done for it. And then CSA, yes, the full Czech lineup with Sigo and Sakalito, the two players there, main FCs for the CSA team in 50v15, then filled in with the likes of Froley, who has a lot of experience as well, Lucan, Crazy War, Combat, also coming in there. Not going to be playing Ardy though, so, unfortunate in that regard. But they did very well in the group stage, a little bit of a surprise, because, CSA, we know them from all the other tournaments, and in recent times, Mojo, they've not been doing that well, especially in 50v15.
No, they were not doing that well, but here they ended up first in a group stage, beating Invil 3-2, beating Raid 3-0. So I'd say like there is something cooking up there, you know. Like usually when we say like they can be a dark horse of the tournament, Sakalito gets insanely like infuriated, like you are underestimating us too much and things like that. But we will see. I mean, they have a potential. It's just a questionable when they want to show it on tournaments. Last 7-on-7s, like it's been mainly between Fame and Invil and Tropical, and we will see can CSA add up a bit to that much.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This is a good test for them coming up against this Fame team with, as it was said already, no real, one-man caller, the one that takes the final decision, but more of a team decision. We'll have to see if that slows down their reactions or if it's going to go all easy peasy. And now map, pick, and bans, Mojo. The most interesting part here to point out, actually, and I'm going to point it out straight, is Tundra.
Yeah, Tundra is a complete new addition to this tournament format. We haven't seen it before, so the tactics the team have to do here will have to be freshly developed. I mean, even qualifying stages or anything, it simply doesn't count because this is the final stage of the tournament when even money is involved on first two places. Like the first place will respectively get 2k euros, the second one 1k, and plus bonds, plus gold, and all that goes with that. So like they will probably make something just for these days. But the first map we will be watching is Mines, and it's gonna be kind of interesting to see it on 7-on-7 after a long time.
Yeah, usually Mines got quite defensive biased per se. Defender doesn't really go for the hill in most cases, but sometimes we do see that. And the predictions, Mojo going with CSA together with Keyhand, Mojo with a 4-3 prediction, Keyhand with a 4-2 prediction for CSA, and saying 4-2 for Fame, and me saying 4-1 for Fame. Keyhand, as per usual, as we have already noticed in the last tournament, is a traitor to the tag. He does not ever predict in Fame's favor anymore. I'm not sure what happened there, but maybe he already has one account in the meme. Maybe we'll put two of them in.
I kind of like thinking like CSA is playing during that PvP league, so they have some training here, and Baguette is like doing analysis and not like leading. So
yeah, Mojo lineups. 2277, triple CS, and an STB for the side of CSA. They're going to be attacking and they want to take that hill control over. Fame, on the other hand, a slower lineup and the E5 coming out, Mojo.
E5 is like actually not a bad pick for this kind of 7-on-7 format. Like first time I've seen it because we have, as people might guess by now, reward tanks are forbidden, so no chieftains or whatsoever. Like you will not see EBRs either. And so what do you take as a different pick? Like E5 is kind of a fast tank. It has that weakness, like that tumor on the commander hatch, but it has a decent DPM, decent mobility, and so on. So if you wanna,
it's crazy DPM actually.
yeah, but when you wanna retake the hill, do you wanna charge it with Super Conk from the base as example, or with E5? I would say like E5 is a better solution for that.
Yeah, probably. I mean, E5, a lot of people will be like, ha, E5, but even in random battles per se, it's really not that bad altogether. It's a very decent tank, especially also coming out with, Mojo, all these players have field mods, obviously, on their tanks, right? They have the field mods, except for Sakalita, apparently, because he has 2,500 HP, but his teammates have 2,550 HP.
Oh, what a traitor, he didn't invest enough. He could have used the free X, man.
Yeah. So Saka Alito there. Also, Mojo, an interesting choice here. The CSs are all using, obviously, HP booster. Sometimes we see this, sometimes we don't. Trading out the stabs for the HP booster. Some teams do it, some teams don't. I personally think that it's very good to have.
Yeah, but if you can see, like, they don't carry, like, HP booster, I think it's really needed here. Because when you stack attack all over your team, it really adds up. Like, couple of hundred here, couple of hundred there. It ends up, like, with the entire team having maybe even 2,000-3,000 HP more. But Dragos taking a kind of careless cross here behind the building for the reasons unknown, and losing 2/3 of his HP in the process. Okay, that's you give some, you trade some to get some, but I've seen no gains here.
There is definitely no gain there whatsoever. Dragos might be wanting to do his favorite random tactic, which is retreating through the red line, but the only place he's going to be retreating today is the garage, as he gets picked up in a weird fashion, really, per se. There is, obviously we can't listen into the team, so we don't know what the communication was there, but I'm not sure why they would want Dragos to go behind that house.
I really have no idea. I mean, normally we would say that the team that is attacking usually has only two options here. That's either to push like the one line, they're gonna collide and try to break these guys here, the light and CS, and then they will be covered from the hill, or they're gonna get up and do this. And again, they're gonna be covered from the hill by one or two guys. So Dragos may have wanted to find a better position against one line, but it ended up like present with cherry on top for CSA, who were pretty much baffled by it, but that didn't stop them from shooting him, right?
Yeah, I think Dragos' reasoning there, Mojo, was, if I had to think about it, is that the STB made it onto the hill, right, Lukin, and that he might be able to hold down, shoot him onto the 4 line, but the position Dragos went to definitely was not favorable for anything else. And now you can see CSA stacking up onto 1-2 line, though, Mojo.
Yeah, it's an old kind of push that we've seen so many times in a Gold League and any other tournaments. Like, you get up enough fast tanks and here we go. But Fame is expecting it, the damage is coming. If enough damage comes in, and example, if Mudras he picks up a tracking shot there, he will be deleted from the game. He's on one shot, so he will like linger behind. But that will not help Ilian to survive here, I believe.
No, Ilian there in that T100 will have to try and do what he can. He's playing there. It's not that easy to shoot a T100, but Combat in the meantime taking a truckload of damage as well. That's the combined fire from Rishek and Ilian. Now Froly comes out with a big one in return on the Rishek. Combat as well. Now Combat down towards the one shot. Rishek is not able to finish him off, so he takes another shot there from the CS. Froly to finish it off, and now Ilian is farming happily away with his T100, but in return, he is kind of completely isolated, and now Fame needs to make a reaction, but they don't really have the tanks to retake the hill here.
Interesting point, like, but you can see there is a one tank pushing around, like in old pincer movement from old times. I believe that's a 50B going around, so he's gonna try to flank the CSA tank on the hill and get them by surprise. I mean, they cannot really openly confront the guys and jump the hill, but they're doing it. CS, STB, and 277 against 3 guys on the hill. Zavi has to actually deal with Ilian, so he's busy there. Froly and Combatant completely cut off from the action, so it's about the hill play. The hill play will completely decide the game.
Yeah, Feli is now kind of pushing on the hill by himself in that 50B. His teammates deciding not to go up the E5 with the Super Conqueror, just switching side. Feli there. Nile actually gets picked up by the STB. This hill repush, not the greatest for Fame. Feli will have to drop off from the hill now as well. He probably makes his clip, and now Zavi pushing on towards Ilian. Wants to pick him up, but ooh, the big ram. Can Shokesh retaliate? Can he pick up Zavi? No. No, he cannot. In the meantime, Kaizu in the E5 also goes down, and still 6 tanks left standing for the side here of CSA.
That's a lot of tanks. Maybe a couple of them are on one shot, but that's still like a lot of tanks against only 2. I wish Observer was actually paying attention to the damn hill instead of like watching just this, but never mind, you get what you can. And Fili is on 1500 HP on the other side of the battle, and he'll have to confront Cosmo and Lukin. The first shells are coming in, but I don't think that will help Ilian to do anything. Like, he needs to connect almost every shell to just pick up one guy, and he will leave Shoki stranded completely alone with his buffed up, heavily muscled super conk in a corner. But it's only one musclehead, man.
Yeah, Shokish might be full HP, but there is 6 CSA tanks, and they're just freely going to surround him. The cap has started in the meantime on base number 1. If the CS joins him, they'll be able to cap that out as well. The 277 is just controlling the angles here, controlling the peaks. Froly on one side, Sakalito on the other. The CS is just covering from behind. 48 seconds. Shokish is going to have to make a miracle happen here, unless he is able to pick up some wings, fly away, and drop himself onto cap 1. It's not happening.
It's gonna have to be some laser Superman shooting plus Superman speed to get to the other cap while not getting shot by everyone on a map. It's just not happening, man. You can farm some damage and die in a corner. At least go out of that corner and die with dignity, whatever comes first. But anyway, since CSA is doing an attack here, he will try to buy every possible second for his team, so he will not go out anywhere to die guns blazing in any kind of glory, because he wants the CSA attack to be won as slow as it gets.
Yeah, and this attack is going to be quite slow. It gets captured out, and it's going to be CSA picking up their first round here in the WoT7 on Mine's attack. Yeah, Mojo, we have to go back to the play Dragos made there. If you imagine CSA does this 1-2 line push that they did, and there's a VZ able to shoot it as well, 2x 490, Mud would be definitely dead, and one of the CSs would take more damage as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a tank who has that ridiculous interclip, like up to 2 seconds, and a really good aim. Like VZ is perfect for that kind of situation. That's like 1000 given damage, pretty much. And then it stacks up when you counterattack any side. So, I mean, we can talk all we want, but that probably distracted Fame a lot. They did a lot of damage. They still did a lot of damage on approaching tanks, but there were no closures. There were no finish off shots and so on, and CSA used it really well. They lost only one tank, Mudrats, who picked up most of the damage in a start. The rest survived and managed to clear out Fame guys one by one pretty easily. I mean, those positions in water are super critical, and whenever you lose them, you lose all sight rotation and whatnot.
Ilian even making a good play there in his T100, dropping off, killing the 277, surviving, buying time. But this hill repush, Mojo, when the enemy team has established K1 and you start repushing the hill, you could see freely the shots coming out from the 277 and the CS from CSA onto the backs of the E5 and Nile and the Super Conqueror, which is why an even hill repush 3v3 is not going to go to the side of Fame in almost any scenario.
It was a gamble they had to take, I guess, because staying in the base is pretty much the same result. You will just die. Because when enemy gets control of the water, they can do all kind of rotations they want. They get below you, they spot your tanks, they start sniping you from left, right, and center. They push when they want, and then you will just die miserably in a base. It's as simple as that. If people are wondering why is it happening, so not the greatest start for like champion of the first WoT7 Fame. Like we will see how will it go in the next games. But as we've learned on these tournaments, like 1 or 2 games, even when one team has a match point, can mean absolutely nothing. Even if you play like one game like total trash, the next one you can play like absolute hero and just like wash away any old scars just with that.
Now we are going to be switching the sides. CSA is going to be defending, Fame is going to be attacking arguably the harder side. And Mojo, you made a good point there. Against the Tropical Cyclone, I would not be afraid if I was on match point. Those guys do not have a good history with closing those out, so all good.
Well, let's to say on their defense, even Invil had a 3-1 against Fame on the first WoT7 and
True.
they still lost it. So we should not count out anyone. And they're not Cyclone now, they're Cyclone. Is that even
Cyclone.
a word?
No,
Is
it's
that even
not.
a word, man?
No, it's just probably Danley made it in his free time for them.
All right. Break our tongues a bit.
Now, what is CSA going to be doing? Are they going to be going towards the middle, or are they going to be holding more defensive? That's the biggest question on minds as a defender. Do you just sit and hope that you have all the positions covered, or do you actually go for the hill fight? The lineups will tell us everything that we need to know in this regard, but what do you think, Mojo?
It's always a gamble. Like, do you want to throw away like your advantage as a sniper? I don't think they should.
And they will not, I think.
This is very interesting. They have like 3 CSs and 2277. This is very, very mobile setup for something
They
like
could
that.
go middle, actually, with this.
They could go middle. They can even go island, like because of 3 CSs, just ignoring the T100 light. So the possibilities are there, and Fame cannot really judge them that easily from the setup itself.
They have decided not to be going hill. Double CS on 1-2, 1 CS in the base. Maybe some bait, you know, bring in a lineup where they could go middle and hoping that, you know, Fame thinks that they go in middle, maybe slower on rotations. It's mind games.
You can buy a couple of seconds also, even if you play mind games. As you can see, Fame is taking the hill just now. So they took quite a while. They were preparing. You can see the tanks in the base. They were preparing to snipe anyone climbing and so on. And actually, the effort the CSA did here paid off. Like, they bought 1 minute of Fame rotations completely. And they did 1 shot of damage on climbing up on Dragos. Poor Dragos, taking the first bullets always. And now they're like steadily just watching their own positions while Fame has to make any kind of moves. Also, it can do something with the future rotations if they want to retake any positions. They have a lot of 277s, like 2 of them, plus 3 CSs. That's a really mobile setup, so they can circle the map quite a lot. On the downside, like not many cooldown tanks, only 2 super conks.
Looks like for now they're just going to start the cap with a singular 113 Ilian. I mean, he's not started the cap yet, but he took the building at the cap at least, without being spotted so far. And CSA's positions, they're not really preventing a base capture number 1, but they can always go under the hill with Froley, for example. But there you can see Ilian has started the cap. The 113, obviously, people are going to ask why the 113 Mojo. Well, because the 113 has a lot of HP as well.
Armor
and
and HP. And DPM.
And Ilian does not have field mods on his 113 either. He's minus 100 HP.
Just point it out every moment, now and then.
Yeah, I will. I will point it out every moment, because it's important to have your field mod set up for a tournament.
Well, 113 is also good at one more thing, it's angling up, and Ilian use it now, but this was just a bait. Look at this push. Nile, Shokish, Ilian, and Philly in their Chinese march. Well, it's like, feels like they're going on tournament in China already. But let's go, Raki, what's going on here, man?
Well, Froley and the 277 got baited to go under the hill, and now the 113s are bouncing on him. He's trying to make it back under towards the rocked position there. Does seem to make it just about on 820 HP, but now it's 4 113s against those double S-Kongs. If Mud and Lucan do not play this perfectly here together, they could get focused out rather quickly, and then it's going to be disaster for CSA. I mean, they have a CS in Crossfire, but those 113s, they have so much HP. They have nice alpha as well. They're just pushing forward. Mud is now trying to make a shield for Lucan. They're in his Super Conqueror right now. The Fame 113s, ooh, big damage on towards Nile though. He's forced back. Nice cupola shot there coming out from Feli, I think, and now Xavi from the backlines in the CS picks up the first 113. Fame, they're in a good position, but they have to be careful that Xavi does not ruin their whole plan here. They would like to kill Lucan, and they do kill Lucan.
As good kill on Lucan, the critical one, man. The CS is doing the damage, but the damage that CSA took is actually quite critical at the moment. Now they have a couple of CSs that can roam the battlefield around, but they do control the hill. This is the question now, what will happen on the outskirts of the battle, because the center field is already set up. Double Super Kongs, the keystone of defense of CSA, are dead.
I would like to point out also that Kaizu died in the meantime in his S-Konk, and if you're wondering what happened there, I didn't really understand the move. I think it wasn't worth it. He pushed on towards F4, and he got instantly countered by a CS from F1 who can crossfire behind the rock. But Fame is now doing the smart thing. They're sending double 113 on the cap. They know that Xavi is locked in that position, and that there will have to be a repush from the side of CSA one way or another. And whoever controls the hill controls the rotations.
Yeah, we have a double CS on that hill held by Fame. We have only double CSs who can actually challenge them, because 277s will be shot to pieces before they even get there. So this is a really good layout of attack for Fame. They have the HP advantage here. They control their their capping, and they have the good control over the hill. So if Feli falls, like, this could be a different game, but who will actually do something about it? He has a really good cooldown there behind his dead teammate, and Sakalito does not have an HP, but this is a bad trade for Feli. Like, he cannot afford to get shot by a couple of guys in the same time. He should be trading only against one.
It's now repositioning. Xavi in the meantime left at K8 position, so it's going to be Feli against Sakalito. That Cupola shot there on the 277 is very annoying to hit those. Fame now leaving the cap. Shokish actually going down there in his 113. That's also probably a misplay coming out.
That's a bit problematic, man. I haven't even seen how he died. He must have left the cap a bit, but even Ilian is now leaving because he's on one shot. He's a really big liability. CSA holding off really well, although they're like almost 1000 HP down, and almost every tank of there is close to one shot. They are still holding off. Feli is trying to use his HP advantage, and he is doing the damage shot, but he's still not a kill shot, and combat is making him pay. 990 HP, like Rishek is the only one more healthy in the Fame team. The HP is in abundance in the lead for Fame, but the number of the guns is still the same.
But I'd say the good thing here is that the 1-2 line is open for Fame, and Combat realizing this is now readjusting on towards H1. But this again opens Feli into possibly killing Froley, you know, because Combat is now leaving. Ooh, it doesn't take one from Dragos there. Very fortunate. Ilian is now looking for Froley, but he's a one-shot. He shouldn't be the one doing that. It should be Feli picking it up. Ooh, Feli making another bad trade there. Needs to be careful now. Feli down towards the one-shot?
Can Ilian sneak up? He's not spotted. If he does it fast enough, he might actually pick up. But The enemy sees him on time. Froley is an old fox and he will not be caught that easily. And CSA defense starting to look better and better towards the last seconds of the game. Now we have only Dragos on the hill and Rishek on one line, and he still needs to deal with Combat. Combat is now on one shot, so Rishek does have an advantage there, but 1 minute 20 seconds to deal with 4 tanks. Is that enough? Is there a master play here for Fame?
I don't know what just happened. I don't know why Feli wouldn't be the one. Rishek is going to die here against Combat in the 1-on-1 probably as well. I don't know what just happened here, Mojo. I don't know why Feli is not... Ooh, Rishek does pick up Combat, but I don't know why Feli isn't the one to go kill Froley when he still has the HP for it.
I guess they were trying to keep, like, because Feli was keeping them busy up, and they thought, okay, like, Ilian is not spotted, he can, like, go do a fast approach and just snap one guy in the back, but he never found a target, and Froley was expecting something like it. You see how he was positioned to make sure he's not picked up by anyone, at least not for free.
40 seconds now separate Fame from losing another round here. Dragos pushing forward. Sakalito is trying to peek out, trying to get that shot. Does he get it? Yes, he does. 497 to the face of Dragos. Froley missing though, giving Dragos an opportunity here to pick up Froley at the very least. He will do just that, but 23 seconds now, and Sakalito can literally just drive away at one point and win the game that way. Xavi now is behind Rex as well. Dragos has to go for it. Only a low roll could save him, and it will not. As Sakalito picks up Rishek in short return as well. And this, I don't know what we saw a good opening. We saw a good opening, Mojo. We saw a good bait, forcing the 277 to go under the hill. But then not the greatest shooting, because he actually managed to survive and go under the rock. And then after, it just fell to pieces.
I would say the opening of Fame was just amazing. Like the bait with Cap, like making enemy think they're going to do a slow play, and immediately picking up with like the remaining 3 113s as soon as they saw the tank below the hill. And that was just like amazing. Like a bit of bad RNG there, I would say. And the 277 surviving, but what can you do? Killing 2 super conks, great. I expect they didn't expect to lose 2 13s, 113s for that, but even that is a good trade.
Alien team damage?
Even some team damage. Rishek doing 5,000, like...
Yeah, Rishek doing 5,000.
This is
really... How much did Kaiser do again? I wasn't paying attention to it.
I didn't see, but it was not 5,000. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like his play there in the Esco, it was... I hate to say it harsh, useless. Like, actually useless. Completely useless. It was a full HP Esco for nothing.
I didn't even see how he died, man.
He pushed to the... So you know how on the 4 line you have the rock, Mojo?
Like the downhill rock.
Yeah, the deep rock. Yeah, so
Yeah.
if you have the 277, slightly above it, there's the rock. He went to that rock, but that rock gets countered from 1-2 line, which is exactly what happened. He got fully countered from 1-2 line and just died.
But I guess that was a team decision to make him go there, because like you need to make a crossfire for those super conks in a base.
Bad team decision then.
And I seriously doubt he'll just go to suicide there. But anyways, Mines is over, done as dusted, as you would say. And it's a really surprising start, 2-0 for CSA. I mean, for any of our predictions to go true, Fame needs to pick up in a higher gear, man, on the next map. start delivering.
My prediction is gone. That's unfortunate. I felt wild with my predictions, you know. It's like, I'm not going to take the average, you know, like 42. Nah. But now I'm disappointed.
Well, the next 7-on-7 pick map is like Himmel. It's by far next to Cliff. I would say the favorite one for me to watch in any format, 7-on-7 or 15-on-15. So we will see, like the winds can blow either way on this one, and 2-0 is totally not unheard on this map. It's way harder to pick up 2-0 on Mines. So this is a great victory for CSA in that regard, because they made a huge advantage right from the bat, from the start. But on Fame's defense, I can say like CSA played a little bit warm-up tournament on TVP League. So they came like already muscled up for this 7-on-7.
Yeah, and now Fame has it all to do as they lost the initial map of Mines 2-0. We'll have to see if they can recover from this, let's say, a big throw in the last Mines on Himmelsdorf now. And Himmelsdorf is definitely a map where you can win 2-0 if you are just straight up better than your opponent. We don't need to see the predictions again. We already know that mine is wrong. That's the only thing that matters. I just wanted to be sure that CSA wins 3 rounds, because I'd rather have Mojo be right than either Keyhand or Insane, to be honest.
Oh, thank you.
If I have to pick, you know?
Yeah. Hard choices, right?
Not really. no, not really hard choices. No, 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 no. That was an easy one, actually. Lineups on Himmelsdorf are always interesting. E100s, E3s, VZs, 50Bs, 277, 113s. You can literally see it all. S-Kongs, you can see everything here. CSA has chosen for the 113 times 4, the 50B, the E100, and the 277, while Fame has the BAT, the E3, the S-Kong, the IS4, W100, and the 50B. A slower but heavier lineup.
Yeah, but they're defending, so like their lineup is pretty much made for defense of the 2 cap, and they will be doing that. As we can see, IS4 Dragos going quite deep on 2 line. This is not something I've seen usually done with IS4. Let's see how they want to implement it, followed by Super Conk. E3 holding that D3 corner so he can see if they're crossing on 8 line. Interesting opening here, spotted by Rishek. And we will see, like, because CSA is still nowhere to be found. Only Zavi is now approaching on the cooldown on 6 line. You know, I just realized I'm completely surrounded by Fame guys on this tournament.
Yes, you are. You're literally boxed in.
Outnumbered by far.
Outnumbered, outgunned. But yeah, now CSA 113s on the 1-2 line are not going to find anything. So 3 113s and a 50B committed there. 113 committed on G6, the 100 committed on the 8 line, and the 277 committed on the hill. Now, by simple deduction, Fame should know that there is max 2 tanks on the hill, right? It's maximum E100 and 277, and there's really no reason for the E100 to be on the hill. So that leaves 1277, and you can see the 50B and BAT now pushing up towards Lucan. Now, this is bad for CSA, because Lucan will not survive a 50B and a Batshot clip, and there's no rotations going out. And this is not a blind play from Fame either, because, you know, they can count tanks that are spotted as well, you know?
Yeah, this is a really good reaction, and I'm quite surprised by CSA for doing this and keeping looking here, because I don't see any follow-up on a minimap. I mean, we have the God mode, we can see all the tanks, and we can see that CSA tanks are still way back, and looks like he's not even expecting this, man. He's like, oh wow, there are tanks here shooting me, what's going on?
He even shot HE at Recheck. He even shot HE at Recheck, which only did like a little bit of damage, not even a full penetration. Recheck failing one, but looking at still Amarak, so all they took was very little damage, and now CSA has to make a reaction while the 2 clippers from Fame are on reload. But the 115 and 50B trying to pick an IS4? An IS4 in a hold down? It's not happening either, Marco.
Defended by E3, that's like really not a best decision in the world. Interesting choice also, Fame didn't leave a single tank on a hill. They're actually immediately rotating with 50B and Batshot, but Batshot might return to snipe because he will be soon reloaded. Dragos is trying to buy every precious second until that happens, and 50B will boost the corner on an 8 line. So Fame is all reacting. Himmelsdorf does look like a really good map for them because CSA is playing it too slow at the moment.
Yeah, Dragos is currently getting 1v1 by Froley, but that's a trade that he's completely okay with. As long as he can do his damage on towards Froley, and that be it, it's okay.
There we go, the Batshot.
Taking some damage from the side, but now CSA tanks are as well. Froley down towards 982. Froley should be picking up the IS4 in return, but in the meantime, the E100 on the 8 line. Mud is getting pushed by an E100 and a 50B. He's trying to get safe, but he's going to take so much damage. He's not going anywhere. He's tracked, he's held, he's going to be sent to garage as well, and now CSA immediately taking the rest of their tanks back towards the 8 line, but Mojo, they're half the HP of Fame at this point.
Yeah, Fame has every possible advantage here. I mean, they made it so it was just like standard defense in a start, more or less, but the reactions bottomed this game by far. CSA caught with pants down on the hill, and it didn't improve after that, not even the slightest. Froley is sitting on 1 shot here on 3 line. They have one more 113 stuck on 1 line. They're absolutely without any idea how to solve this. And this puzzle, I don't even see a possible solution for them. Besides picking Dragos, which is normal, there is nothing more they can do.
Yeah, but even killing Dragos took quite a while. It gave the 50B and the BAT time to reload their clips before he even went down. So that, like, I mean, he didn't kill Froley one-on-one, but the amount of time he bought from the position was more than worthwhile.
I would be really surprised if he killed Froley one-on-one. I mean, 1-on-3 has way better DPM and everything. So Dragos should not win that battle. He's just there to buy time gloriously while the rest of his team is rotating and doing damage everywhere. And now they have the control everywhere. Like, they can do whatever they want.
The HP lead is shrinking here, but it's also down to, you know, E100s and other tanks driving out in the open, wanting to close out the game here against CSA, not waiting for the timer to run out because they were already in a winning position, but actually rather than that, closing to go and kill them. A big E3 shot there on towards Sakalito, 796. That's always a nice Christmas present to take home with you. Shokish now coming as well, wanting to get some of that damage, but Sakalito driving away as fast as he can. Paradise to the E3. No, Shockado does get one, and then it's going to be Kaizu to close out on the Cosmo. And that makes it 2-1 Mojo.
It was a really, really good reaction play by Fame here. Like, total kudos to them for that. You could see the surprise of CSA players. Like, no one was aimed on a hill. No one was covering the 277.
Cosmo had HE loaded.
Yeah, he was not covering himself. Like, he was like, what the hell? Why are these tanks here? Like, and so on. So everything after that, it was just like a simple domino effect. Pretty much same as we saw in Mines when the Fame lost a VZ tank. And that's it. Like, really good play. I'm only interested, like, to hear from you. If that IS-4 goes down the rail, like it did, is there a way for CSA tanks, if they played more aggressive with 113s on rail, to catch it before he actually makes a turn?
I think the distance is too far. The distance is too far. The amount that he has to drive compared to the amount that they have to drive, I don't think so. Like, if they did the really old stuff, the only way they could punish this IS-4 Mojo, and if they did the really old stuff, is where they drive down the K line to the 8 line and sit there on the corner. And
yeah, I was thinking, like, if they maybe do that and have one guy on other corner where he has to cross. But, you know, it's shoulda, woulda, coulda, then you neglect a lot of other pieces of map which can be used in 7-7.
That's also predicting that it's going to be an IS-4 going behind the hold down, which is not really the most common tank. The IS-4 more of a tank for
Usually people keep that IS-4 on that meritorious spot of death on the upper cap, but never mind. Fame did a good shuffle here and it paid off handsomely. So we are on a result 2-1 for CSA. Fame just did their defensive part on it, and CSA will be defending now.
Defense and attack on Himmelsdorf don't make the greatest amount of difference. I wouldn't say one side is like majorly advantaged to win. Either side have its own strengths and weaknesses. But that was a good round from Fame. That's a good recovery Mojo per se. Not afraid to make the play still, even after the last Mines round we had. You know, knowing that there is maximum an E100 and a 277 on the hill. And I mean, when do you ever see the E100 on the hill, you know?
Yeah, it's not really something common to see, but at least I believe like CSA could have expected rotation by 50B and Bachat. I mean, they are meant for that on this map. But never mind, being a general after the battle is way too easy, right? So let's see what will CSA do in their defensive part. I don't believe they're going to be rushing much, but it's always an option on Himmelsdorf. And what will Fame actually pick in their attacking role here? Because it's really an important round for them. If they pick this up, they're back on a square one. With CSA, it will be 2-2. But if they lose, it's going to be a match point for CSA.
Well, the lineups will say. The lineups will say what kind of game we are going to be seeing between these two. CSA, Mojo on the defense, though. 4 113s, a 50B, and E100 and a VZ. That's a heavy rotational lineup. Fame, double E100, an ESO, 277, a Bath, and double 50B.
That's a lot of clip potential here on Fame, but they do rely quite a lot that their slower tanks will hold their ground. On other hand, like CSA doing a really quick push down the 2 line here, you can see guys like led by 113s and followed by 50B, and with look in his VZ. VZ is a very dangerous tank in this regard because very accurate gun and DPM like is absolutely insane. Like you burst 1000 and before the other guys realize you already have another double shot ready.
Mojo, I see what you can't see, and it's to do with HP.
A slight advantage on CSA, although they don't have the W100s.
I mean, Matt has 2610 HP, and his other fellas have 2660.
Oh.
While in return, Dragos has 2500 on the 277. Not investing. They don't even want to win. If you don't invest into field mods, do you even want to win?
To be frank, like half of the tanks I haven't finished field modding yet. It costs, if you want a free exp as example, I believe around 80,000 plus, no, 28 per level, times 8, quite a bit more. Almost like $250,000 per tank to get the last level.
Yeah, well, Mojo Dragos spends enough time. He spends enough time padding his E50, you know. So,
I believe the E50 has everything, right?
Mm-hmm. And aren't they playing on tournament accounts, Mojo?
I wouldn't know. We can ask. Maybe someone on analyst desk knows, so we will know. And if
No.
they are on tournament accounts, they can unlock anything.
Yeah.
Lazy
So they're
fingers.
just lazy. Literally just lazy. It's like Keyhand, but then better at the game.
Well, CSA is actually not taking, after doing this really aggressive opening, they're not making any moves whatsoever. Ivan Handra is the only tank watching if someone is coming down from the hill. 8 line is monitored by other guys, like by 50B mainly at the moment, and 113s are watching the lower part of the map, so they will have to react really quickly to pick up the pace after the Fame tanks are spotted. And Ilian is doing a protection for the weaker tanks like 277, but there are no shots coming in.
No,
They're not even
there's,
spotted yet.
There was 2 shots
Oh, there they are,
coming in.
they are.
There was 2 shots coming in from combat in the 50B, which I think was the only tank in position to hit it. He hit Nile. Nile, okay, finally repairs his engine. Might be afraid of getting tracked, and he hit one on Philly as well. So a little bit of damage, but nothing major yet.
Okay, Frol is shooting people coming down from the hill, but there is no really penetration coming in. Lukin is covering him already, and combat, so there will be really hard to push that. What the Fame achieved what they wanted. They placed a guy on a cap. Now it's all about like CSA. CSA actually has to get up and start a really massive push, and it's gonna be a bloody fight in that corner.
Okay, so Insane would be semi-proud, I guess, because the S-Kunk is spot in the courtyard, because it's the one spot that Fame really needs to see where the CSA tanks are coming from. Shokish is now retreating actually from the position, because his position is one where you can actually get pushed. Needs to be careful, and now Shokish is driving against some stairs. Looks like he's still hungover from yesterday. Takes 2 shots for that instead of 1. 3 shots,
maybe
actually.
even 3.
Yeah,
That was just a fair present, so it's fine. It's fine. 1400 HP remaining on Shokish. Dragosh holding the cooldown. Fili is doing the midline between them, depending where they want to push. Now the Froly is the one crossing, so he can reset these guys. He picks one for that pleasure, but he does take the position. Rishik is instantly peeking to try to do some damage. There is always overlapping crossfires by both teams. This is really nice.
Fire coming out onto his Foley though. Alien and Nile making the good play there, realizing they're getting flanked from behind by the 113s, pushing forward in those big meaty E100s. Combat takes a big one as well, the bat from behind, and now the 113s pushing on towards Shokish, who gets completely isolated in that 113. Now the 100s turning back around, they want to make the crossfire onto these 113s, but Fame is down so much HP, Mojo. Not in a good position.
They are losing
right
a lot of HP, but Lukin is now in reload, Combat is now in reload, but Ilian and Nile are pushed by Zavi and Cosmo, and Mudrats is following close behind. Saka is just watching their back and buying some time, so they're now picking up already one of the 100s, leaving Ilian completely isolated on 100 HP. This is not ending well. Not for Fame, at least.
No, this is indeed not ending well. Not really getting to use those double 50Bs and BAP. That clip potential in a good way. Rishek still has a lot of HP, but it's going to be sayonara for him as well in a second, as he's going to run into Mud in his 113 there. Gets a 113 to the face. I don't think Rishek's going to be enjoying that one, but a damage Shamrock, he's going to be picked up rather soon. And then Fame didn't seem to have an answer, really. Like, they got surrounded, they pushed out into the E100, it was good, but in return, they lost so much.
It was like a decent start, but already CSA was reacting. They were following them like hounds. They were really close by. Shokish got caught pens down, more or less. Driving didn't help him, not even the slightest. And I wouldn't say that was a critical part of this game. Like, it was maybe 1000 HP of difference that he could have had more. But simply the trades that CSA did were better. Yes, they picked up Froly. They did it really well, but they lost all the other positions. And in the process, those both E100s lost a lot of HP to the guys covering Froly. So all in all, the CSA can be really grateful for the trades that happened. Also, those 113s proved to be nimble enough and to have a good DPM enough to actually chew in to the rest of the Fame tanks. So really well-deserved win for them.
Yeah, altogether their Fame getting surrounded, getting decimated by these 113s. Battle results will tell us the damage. The 113s for CSA doing pretty well. Shokish and his S-Kunk, not really. You know, Mojo, all I'm going to say is Shokish used to drive a BMW, so that kind of explains why he hits so many things on the way, man, you know.
Wow, is there some joke about BMW drivers?
Yes, they don't have blinkers. It comes as an extra package. You have to pay more for that.
Okay, poor Shoka. Anyways, Froley is the only victim we see on CSA side here, so that looks like quite a dominant win for them, and it really seals the Himmelsdorf 3-1 for CSA. They are on a brink of a victory now, so it's a match point for them since this is a best of 7 round, and that leaves us only with Tundra in a regular duration of the game.
I want to say that I meant to predict 4-1 for CSA, but I filled out the scores wrong. So really, I'm
the finger slipped.
Yes. Tundra in general, I think, is pretty attack biased as a map. It's really hard for a defender to cover both bases at the same time. Like, really hard.
I would agree on that, but I've seen a lot of, like, I watched a couple of games, but they were still not this stage of the tournament. And actually, attackers had big problems because at one moment they have to mass up and there is a lot of crossfires the defender can do. So yeah, it's really biased in that regard because I was always wondering why are they just like attacking so aggressive like that when they can still pressure, like as example, one cap and have a couple of snipers covering. So we will see, maybe these guys know better how to attack than the ones I watched, and we will see what will defenders say. What we know here is this Tundra is not like a regular Tundra, you know, from the randoms guys. This is attack defense format. You have 2 caps, not 1. So they're moved, they're on different positions. The hill doesn't make any sense for a defender to take as example. So we will seriously not be seeing that. And we just need to see what will attacker opt for, like slower or faster game.
Yeah. Tundra, I mean, Mojo, my experience with Tundra comes from playing it a little bit and watching NA, so maybe not the greatest reference points, you know? See a lot of interesting things there. Then again, we saw a lot of interesting things from Fame on Mines as well, so.
The great diggers. The nice scenery. Enjoy it, guys. It's freshly made by the staff, so you can enjoy it on these tournaments since this map was not played before. And you can see our predictions down there. Like, there is place for most of them still.
Most of them.
Most of them.
Actually, Gihan's... yeah. Well, Insane and my prediction are gone.
Well,
together.
Fame can still be a victor. So if you win a winning side, that's usually the better than to just have an accurate result.
True. CSA though, Mojo, bring in 5 to 7 stemmers, a Kran and Eskong, Fame, easy, a bar, B5, triple Eskong, and a Kran. CSA lineup very fast, very alpha heavy.
This is like a super YOLO swag orientated lineup that CSA has. If I would put it in plain English, this is like a zero fucks given lineup. They just wants to go on one side of the map and annihilate the enemy, because they're certainly not gonna play some cooldowns against the tanks that Fame has, man.
Yeah, you can see the tanks from the hill. They're destroying the buildings around Rishek, trying to destroy his home. I don't know why they would do that to poor Rishek. I mean, he literally just only moved. It's really cruel. But Fame here going for the split defense. I think this is a hard one to pull off, but we'll see if they can make it work. They have a Kran and K2, white K2. K2, there's a very nice hold on there for Kran to play. And the Nephi behind.
This is what I was always wondering. Like, this is the biggest pressure point I would take if I was attacking Tundra, to clear off. But that one cap is not on that easiest position to control.
I don't think I would. I think I would pressure A4, because you can literally drive from A7 to A4 without even getting shot and fully pressure the corner and then take the cap.
But like the first step, would it be straight A4 or later? I would put the tank here first and see what's going on.
Oh, I would split and then take A4, yeah, probably.
Because they have 2 7/7s, they can rotate the map really fast and they can just charge them up downhill on A line if they decide it's better, or they can do it from this side if they see that Fame like split tanks too much. So Fame did a pretty much all around defense, keeping Rishek and Feely in the middle, as far as you said.
Shockage is the main weakness here, I think, together with A4 being open.
If they actually pressure there, he will have to fall down immediately.
He's almost always dead if he gets pushed straight. I mean, but A4 is open though still.
Yeah. It's interesting that CSA opted not to abandon the map control. They're actually sending only 1 277 on that part of the battlefield. They counted more or less most of the tanks of Fame, but they are still not certain about a couple of them, where they are exactly. So they're trying to fill them out before the all-out push. So not much about YOLO swag about CSA in this moment. They are keeping their strength for the later part of the game because they know they can close the match right now.
Yeah. Okay, Mojo, you have to explain me now I know why Mud has, the extra HP, but look in combat, Sakalito and Savi don't. Am I so wrong about the 277 field mods? Isn't the 277 HP just based off the level of the field mod that you upgrade and a certain percentage? I thought it was like that.
You have the passive one, like which you gain on most of the heavy tanks just by advancing levels. And since Phil confirmed us that these are tournament accounts and they have 10 million of XP, they could have done whatever they wanted with it. They could have modded them no matter how they
Thanks
wanted.
to my good friend Svidman. He told me that on the 113, if they're on level 8, they have 2610 HP if they have nothing on level 8, and they have 2660 if they have HP on level 8. So it's a choice.
I guess clicking was hard. Oof. Shoka taking first shot of damage in a side, realizing where the enemy is. Froli and Saka are lurking on that A4 position you were talking about, and they're slowly suppressing him down. Like, will that mean that actually CSA will opt for a one cap, or they're just like hiding their true intentions and getting up these 277s?
They're gonna push the bot and the VC, but they get immediately spotted out there by the side of he needs to be careful there in his S-Kong though. He's in kind of a little bit of trouble. He has to go back to 277s. They're going to go for the VZ. They're going to go for that Batcher there. Ili now backing around the corner. Takes one from Froli, so forced back. But now Rishek, where did he go off to? Is Rishek still there with his bat? Or did he bail? No, he's still there with the VZ. Phil is getting pushed on now as first one. Rishek in between the numbers. Mud is on the two-shot here. Rishek should take the option right now to run away as he can. Still survive this, but now this individual skirmish is Feely is down towards the one-shot. Mud is down towards the one-shot as well. In the meantime, Niall's getting pushed in the north side of the map. That E5 is now starting to put down the pressure on towards Lucan's position. Yeah, but that nice DPM, nice mobility coming over. He hits another one, pushing in even with his E5. Still brave, but Choka is there as well in the crossfire. Dragosh now coming in as well. Rishek is probably on reload. He's trying to get a different angle in the return. Niall is going to go down for sure in the north. Cosmo is now getting a superior position on the bridge though. In the meantime, Geyser is getting pushed around the side as well. They need to make these kills here on these 277s before that S-Kong there from Cosmo really lays waste to all of the Fame tanks. The HP so far is fine. Shokish is getting decimated by Cosmo. There's still two tanks from CSA out of the fight. Dragos has 10 seconds left here. Rishek is now back in with his clip as well. He's trying to pick up the guns, and this is just a skirmish everywhere. Elian is now having to come back in. Shokish goes down. They need to kill these 277s here. Combat finally gets picked up, but here come the reinforcements yet again from CSA. Now it's Sakalito pushing in, but his friend Froli. Froli is like, Saka, come on. Let's go, buddy.
Push, push.
And now they're pushing forward, but Dragos is almost back on reload. Kaisi doesn't have a loader available. Ilian's now in from behind again, and now Cosmo is the last CSA tank that is also coming to this area of the map, because why not? Let's just make sure that literally everybody and anybody that goes here will die. As now Sakalito picks up Dragos, that leaves Saka, that leaves Cosmo, but Fame in a good position. Ilian picks up Sakalito, and Cosmo now the last one to arrive to the party, as the rest of the team has died. He can still pick up some damage, but it's going to be Fame picking up their defensive win on Tundra.
Take a deep breath now, Ducky. You earned it well. This is a huge advantage now for Fame that they actually managed to chip in. I believe that push by 277s from that time was a bit dubious, since, as example, we saw that Froli already emptied his clip in Ilian while he was running away. So actually the Crown Wagon was not helping them with the crossfire on those tanks that were trenched up in the houses. Also, they were chasing the tanks in a corner of the map, and they were not really participating, while Fame sprung up everything they had in that part, and they did it way better and more concentrated.
Look at that E5 even with damaged loader, which I think he had for about half the fight, if I wasn't wrong. Doing 4k, I mean, just showing that
Kaiser did 4k, that's amazing, man.
Yeah.
What's his pen rate on that? Really interested.
12, 11 is good. That's really good. And
so E5, new meta, guys.
And keep in mind that he did have a damage loader, like a dead loader. He wasn't there for at least like a minute, I think.
Well, Fame picking up their defense, so they're still in the game. 2-3 now, and we will see what CSA will opt to do on their defense. As I said, it's not easiest to defend here. I believe like CSA really opened this well. But the choice of a later push kind of surprised me a bit. Maybe they thought that Fame has more hidden tanks on upper side of the map because they were showing tanks there like 277s and crans, and they thought that Fame already moved some tanks so they can like help that side better. But Fame was just lurking behind. You know, that E5 was sitting behind and waiting, and a couple of other guys. So they had actually, I believe, 4 guys in a straight fight and 5th ready to help because even Shokish was there.
I think the biggest weakness for Fame's defense, what they had, was Shokish and Niall's positions. I don't think it was Feely and Rishek's position. I think a 2-pronged attack onto Shokish and Niall at the same time, so a few guys on Niall, a few guys on Shokish, would absolutely decimate Fame, actually, because Niall would die pretty fast, Shokish would die straight, and then you continue to Elian's position, and then Fame is down 3 guns, you're probably not going to lose one against all 7 of yours.
Yeah, but that's why I said, like, that cap looked like a way better prospect for me, for CSA to contend and attack. But again, we do have that God mode. We can see everything on the map. Where are they? What are they doing? And whatnot. CSA cannot. They must guess where the most tanks are. And in this kind of game at the moment, they guessed wrong. It costed them a game, but we'll see now what will they do on their defensive side because they are still on a match point. I'm just gonna remind everyone, this is a best of 7, but the team who loses here will still not be out of the tournament. They will be falling to the immediate lower bracket where the teams are already waiting from the very get-go of the tournament. Like we have 2 teams who are waiting there, and they are like Raid and Pozdrav Polvic, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope I didn't say something wrong to someone's mom saying that.
I don't think so, but even then. Fame coming out with a double CS in the battle, Majo. This is kind of, and an STB, this is really light for Tundra, to be honest. Like, really light for Tundra.
It looks like CSA just likes to play more reactionary, faster play than just like hold it down. And Saka is completely now alone, pretty much getting forced by 3 mediums on his side, double CS and the butt shot. Is there a big enough cover? Like, Fame cannot know where the rest of the tanks or CSA are. They actually do not know how alone Saka is there.
Mojo, I got a question for you.
And there is this attack you were talking about.
Yeah, already. I'll ask my question later as the S-Kong start just marching up and over on towards Cosmo. If Cosmo gets double-tracked here, no, he doesn't. He's already back enough because the spot came out early enough. Okay, since the game stopped here for a second, Mojo, I'll ask you as the expert analysis, what is the usage of double CS and a bat if you're not going to push straight A forward them over heavies with more alpha and more HP?
Double usage of double CS and a bot to get scared before the enemy?
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get what the point of the double CS and the bat is when you have to wait for the S-Kongs anyways, which gives 113s, 277s the time to drive from AA to A4, which they can't get punished for basically either, by the way. Or almost not at all. You would definitely have more HP.
I guess they wanted to get in that position really fast and maybe pressure if there is a command given. But I don't know why they got cold feet. Probably they thought there is way more behind Saka than it was. And they decided not to trade. After all, it is a match point. But if you think like that, why would you even play it then? We go back to square one then.
Yeah, like I don't get the tank picks here.
Whoa, careless pick by Shokish here, picking up a double from Lukin and Cosmo, getting punished for this pick. Kaizu is the only one remaining with full HP of those 3 super conks. Now pretty much CSA should know exact position of every Fame tank, while on other hand, Fame still does not know where is everyone from the CSA. And they are attacking with Bachat and STB from the backside. STB is still playing like modestly back, but Bachat might actually really dive in. Nope. He got spotted and he stopped.
I don't know, like the tanks here from Fame, like the STB, like what does the STB do better than an S-Kong there, for example, or a Kran? What does it do better than a Kran in that position?
It's just like rotation and maybe some personal preference.
Personal preference is not really something that I think is important in a tournament.
Yeah, but like DPM of STB, the constant DPM can really help. But if he comes to close combat, he's gonna be blown up by these tanks. Well, Fame is attacking. They have almost 2000 HP down, like less than CSA at the moment. By now, teams know everyone's exact position. There is 4 minutes remaining, and Fame seem to be debating what to do next because they stopped whatever they were planning to do from the start, as Ducky already said. They stopped, and now there is a whole lot of nothing happening.
Yeah, well, the Eskimos can't really leave because of the positions in F2 Mojo. So if they leave, they're gonna get shot by those guys.
It's not really an option for them to rotate that easily. Also, like even the mediums leaving would be problematic now because they can get shot in the back. There is no coverage by Conks. Conks are going from the lower line, so they're opting maybe to attack the same line as previously CSA attacked, and we will see how will that go once CSA guys realize it. They should be pushing on these mediums.
Wait, they didn't spot them?
No spot coming in because
that's a
Bachet
big
is 2D
failure.
back. Zavi is now spotting only one tank, but he doesn't really know what is the real danger. Will Fame actually challenge the 2-cap for free, man?
If they get the 2-cap for free, that's a severe issue for the side of CSA as well. I mean, there's still the double CS in the north, though, which are now going to be retreating. Now the CSs make a little bit of sense, I guess, like a little bit. Nile is now going to 1v1 the bat because the bat shot is reloading, so that's good stuff there from them as well. Now the CSs are running towards the middle. Feely and Elian going to be cutting across that one, I guess.
Is
Nile
Nile going
doing
to
a
shoot
lot
him?
of damage to combat. No, it doesn't look like it. He just gets across for free. Elian staying there, though. Might be a mistake in the CS. The cap is 16 seconds, though, Mojo. They have to push in here.
Cosmo is going in for it, and there is a couple of other guys from the CSA. They are in time to decap. Now we need to see. Oh my god, Cosmo, goodbye, dear boy.
It's
You
still
picked
2K
a little
though,
too
Mojo.
much.
It's still 2K though, and Elin in the meantime in the CS is also in trouble there. Komad is now pushing in with his bat shot from the side. He wants to get on towards Dragos. Dragos not realizing so far that there is the crossfire position. Now Rishek gives him one. Komad there kind of throwing his tank away, have to say it. Froley picks up Feely in the meantime. Rishek picks up Komad. Saka picks up Elin, who was kind of left behind there in the north side. I don't know why he would stay there in that tank. And now CSA seems to stabilize the game though again, Mojo.
Yeah, they lost a couple of tanks, but the HP is still there. And Fame is in a big problem because of that. Rishek is trying to do the flank with his 300 HP. It's a gamble, but it's a gamble he must take. But you can look at a CSA. They are guessing it. Saka is already going on the backside. He's gonna catch him, man.
Yeah,
And
Saka-
picks him up while driving like a gangster. So we can see that Fame is now boxed up on this cap, and they really are not in good position because wherever they turn, there is a certain tank from CSA angling up, ready to greet them.
Yeah, Froley even here in a good side scrape as well. Does take one to the engine, but still, the HP difference is significant. Sakalita now comes around and picks up Nile. Dragos picks up Stavi, but immediately gets traded out again by the CSA tanks. And it's just Shokish and it's just Kaizu. And it does look to be that, was it Kihan that said 4-2 for CSA?
I think he's the only one who
Yeah.
actually gets the proper result.
That's unbelievable. It's disappointing. He might be
There's always
correct.
be a sellout, right?
Yeah, it might be correct, but that doesn't make him less of a traitor, though. As Kaizu is now the last tank standing here in that Super Conqueror. He's going to go down, and that's going to mean that Fame gets relegated to the lower bracket immediately here in the WoT7 and CSA, deservedly going through towards the next round.
CSA beating the Fame in the first round here. We've said already they had some practice on 7-on-7 lately, so this is not unheard of. Also, like, there is an excuse that Baguette is not playing on 7-on-7, so I'm really interested to see and hear his analysis when the time comes with Kihen. What are the minions not doing correct, and so on. That seals this game, like 4-2 for CSA in the first round, and we can see the leader of CSA, Saka, doing the top damage, 3.4k. But the Fame guys, on the other hand, not so much. Shoka doing almost 4k in his Super Conk, but that's just not enough. That's the fight from the cap. I like how Cosmo got deleted when he picked there. It's just not enough. The CSA tanks had a cooldown on upper side. They had the crossfire on other side. Someone had to take a bullet to decap on those first moments. That happened to be Cosmo. And after that, pretty much CSA had a really good grasp of the game.
I think there's a misplay there, Mojo, and I think Feely and Eden kind of misplayed, actually. I think they wanted to be there as fast as possible to support the team, but I think they could have gone slightly more around. Okay, Feely definitely tried to do what he could because he actually crossed the bridge, but he took 2 shots for it, right? Now, if both Alien and Feely just, before the bridge, you turn left, you go under, you cut across, they would be full HP and they would actually be able to cover, and then maybe they would have had the crossfire needed to kill those CSA tanks, because now Alien kind of died in a one-on-one, and Feely also kind of died in a one-on-one.
And what was missing here for me was control of that upper side of the map for Fame, because they were down in a pit. Even the surviving Fame tanks just ran all on the red line, and they were all playing from that side. It just didn't feel like it works well. But that's enough from 2 of us. I believe our duo of analysts, Keyhand and Insane in the mid-brain, are ready, and I'm really looking forward to see and hear what they have to say about this.
Well, hello and welcome back here at the analyst's desk. Insane, I can see you smiling already. Probably a bit of a painful smile. Same for me, obviously, since I am in Fame as well. But by traitoring, I don't even know what the word is. I did get my prediction right. I think that's the first prediction I got right in like 2 tournaments or so. So that is a big W on my board. But yeah, first of all, let's take a look at the structure to see how this first result has actually influenced the tournament tree. As you can see, we just watched match 1 in between CSA and Fame. CSA, the Czech team here, taking the win. Thus, they're going to stay alive in the upper bracket, moving on to match 6, which will be played tomorrow. And Fame, already after 1 match, relegated down to that losers bracket. Insane.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just not talk about that. Nothing happened. I don't want to listen anything about it. Well, obviously there is a lot to say. That's very disappointing from the side of Fame. I'm not gonna say that I'm mad, but very disappointed by their performance. They had interesting stuff prepared often, but as you could see, they were lacking a lot on the actual execution. You could see that there was not probably just one guy leading, but just a group of players doing it all together. So a lot of mistakes, a lot of personal misplays, and sometimes maybe a bit of lacking the cohesion. Like they were probably hesitating. They were doing one thing, but they were doing a second thing at the same time. And yeah, you could see this. CSA, they were solid. They played around out and they just finished Fame. So that's why they won 4-2 today.
Yeah, also slight correction regarding the CSA roster. I believe it's actually this time not Sakalito leading, but actually Frawley, and I believe Saka is helping him.
Okay.
But yeah, really, really solid stuff. As soon as our replays are ready, we should be able to jump into those and see exactly where it all did go wrong for the international roster of Fame. The upcoming match, however, is Tropical against Invil. So basically, I think Tropical were one of the finalists from last tournament, and Invil as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. They were the 2 finalists of our past tournament, facing each other in a really close finals. It was going all the way to the tiebreaker, if I remember correct. So there's gonna be definitely Tropical trying to take their revenge there. But as you could see, for example, Invil playing earlier in the TVP league, they are playing solid, they're ready, they're experienced, they are trained. So that's gonna be a close match.
Other than that, I believe we can pull up the drops up once again that we have lined up for you today. It is for today going to be 5 large kits and the charging Rhino decals, and starting tomorrow at 4 PM CST, you will also be able to earn the Day of Premium. Now, obviously, we already started to go a bit into detail about where it all went wrong in like the grand scheme of things, like probably missing cohesion, maybe 1 or 2 bad individual plays or even calls.
Yep.
As far as my understanding goes, it's not like one person leading everything, but like everyone trying to give their input. Do you think like the one decisive factor in the end was missing, or what was the problem there?
I mean, maybe the players were not completely on the same page, or maybe they had some good ideas, but they didn't execute them well enough. To be fair, I think that in general, Fame, they have ideas, they have players, they have the experience, but they were probably missing one voice, one guy that makes everything clear for them today, and that's probably why CSA exploited that and just won the match.
Now, while we let the audience ponder on who might have been missing there for Fame today, for CSA it all looked really, really good. I mean, also in the group stage of the tournament, they basically came out of their group undefeated. They fought against Invil even there. In there it was best of 5, so basically first of 3 to win. They were down 0-2 against Invil, I believe, or Postro, not sure. One of those Polish teams at least. But basically they managed to come back in the tiebreaker and even won their 3-2. So yeah, the Czech team of CSA already in the upper bracket finals after this first game here, and they are not looking to stop there. It just looked so good what they were doing.
Yeah, as you said, they played solid. We could expect that after their performance during the group stage. I mean, if I really say what I think, I have seen the Fame team more underperforming than a CSA team playing outstanding. But at the end of the day, you have to just give them credit. They did well. And if Fame is doing mistakes like they did, especially personal mistakes, they have to be punished. So they got punished. They lost that. They're relegated to the loser bracket, as you said. And they're going to have to give their best against Raid, otherwise they're going to be straight out of the tournament.
So what do you think is going to happen in the upcoming match, Tropical against Invil here? I mean, last tournament it was Invil taking the victory. I believe that Komi Piotr is now in the Tropical team, which normally is one of those players that you would mark down for one of the Polish teams. So what do you think went on there?
Well, he knows all of those Polish boys. He's playing with them in 15-15 like Getsa and so on. He knows them pretty well. So I expect to have a lot of counter plays, counter tactics, a lot of mind games. They can play a lot around that. Invil, they always have really solid established tactics, but they're often weak to some counter plays. So maybe they're going to have to take care of that, because there's Piotr on the other side on Discord ready for that with the little sneaky tactics,
Indeed, Piotr, the almost mastermind sometimes. At least that's what he makes himself seem as. We're gonna see if that holds true. The replays are still being prepared, but yeah, I believe the first round in between Tropical and Invil is actually gonna be Muro. What do you expect to see there?
To be fair, Muro, knowing the teams, I think Invil, they have experience on that map. They're pretty good, but I guess Tropical can surprise us on that map. Knowing their playstyle and what they're capable of, I think they want to surprise at least Invil on that map and potentially even take the 2-0 lead.
And now the most important question of all, where would you see the individual players' advantage?
The what, sorry?
The individual players' advantage. Which team on an individual level would you rate higher?
I mean, probably Invil, players-wise, skill-wise, maybe. They're each really good. They have a lot of good players in those two teams. But Invil, they have the skill, but they also play together a lot. And you have to take that in consideration. So the skill is a thing, but then you have to be capable of using that skill, the communication, and play all of it together.
All right, so the replays are ready. You prepared some timestamps for us, so let us know what exactly went wrong.
Exactly. So, first round, we had Fame, very standard defense, taking over the 1-2 lines, control. But as you can see, Dragos, I don't know what he's doing, definitely. He was staying way too long on that G4 position right here. You often see an I7 here, so that was just a miscommunication, a misplay from the side of Fame tactic-wise. There was probably miscommunication on how he has to rotate, and he actually ended up on a really bad position, as you can see. He's gonna take shots from the hill, there's a crossfire from the 1-2 lines, and he's gonna drop. That's a massive fail to start with from the side of Fame, because they're obviously defending, they want CSA to make a play, and they're starting with a very, very bad play from Dragos, and they're basically playing 6v7. He went down. Later on, CSA, not surprising. They just pushed the 1-2 lines. They had a really light lineup. There was not enough damage from the side of Fame coming up on those tanks pushing. So they were just slowly but surely steady clearing the tanks in the 1-2. The CS was the first one dropping, Ilian next. And as you can see from the side of Fame, there is only one play valid left. We push the hill, but look at this. Froley and Combat are alive here, already ready to punish the tanks coming for the hill in crossfire. So, to be fair, there was a huge mistake from the side of Fame, but CSA, they played well, they played solid. They know how to attack that map, and they just finished Fame. Next up, we had the attack from the side of Fame. Standard opening from the side of CSA, also going for the standard defense. For the side of Fame, They just wanted to also play standard. They had a bit of a surprising opening with the CSs around the hill to surprise them, but that didn't work. Next up, we had Himmels. Really good spot from Reshake up here. Really interesting spot, because that was basically the spot that provided all the information they needed to actually make their tactic work. They used the 50B and the Bachat to take over the hill and push the hill. There were like 5 tanks from the side of CSS spotted. The Yehunda, you probably expect him on the lower side. So they could just use this information to their advantage. Philly and Reshake on the hill, looking off guard and just killing him. That was a really good play, a really good reactionary play. That was the first time Fame actually played around the weaknesses of CSA, which is, in fact, CSA is a team that is really capable against slow plays, but whenever you get to play against something much faster, they struggle, and Fame punished them right here. They tried to go for that ice for a bit later, but as you could see, there is the coverage, there's the E3, there's the S-Conk, the Yehunda taking the window at D7. There's a really clean defense from the side of Fame that was just getting back into this match. And CSA, next up, CSA was on defense, Fame on the attack. As you could see, Fame was just playing slow, trying to potentially like trap CSA into pushing. Then they were clearing slowly but surely the banana using the Yehunda. Then they went for the cap. Here's a big misplay from the side of Fame. They were trying to cap, but they were playing in 2 different manners. You have either one way to play, which is to get early info on the rotations from the side of from the tanks of CSA and push off the cap. Either you cap, but you repush those tanks around the banana, those 1-1-3s that went that way, that way. You either group up and push the north, either group up and push back on those 1-1-3s. From the side of Fame, you could see something. The positions they had, they were neither ready to push over on Foley and his Yehunda. They were neither ready to really punish and combat those 1-on-3s. So CSA, good positioning, trading slowly but surely, and they just finished Fame and deservedly won that round on their defense.
All right, and on to the next round we go. What I always find very, very interesting are the positions. I believe we can ping all of those also on the tactic. Once we go into the next round of Tundra, where now Fame is on the defense, but that one turns into a sort of free-for-all, I have the feeling.
Yeah, as you can see, CSA is going for a push, but Fame is definitely reacting over it there. Basically, ignoring the north, you have 3 tanks from the side of CSA that are going to be out of the fight. In the meantime, Fame is taking their overmatch on the south around that base 2. They're finishing those 2 7-7s. The focus fire is not the greatest, as you can see, but they're going to take them out one by one, and that's going to be enough for them to actually win their defense.
I mean, yeah, that was so chaotic in the end there.
Yeah, as you could see, like, there's an S-Conk that got picked up from the side of Fame, but that was like not the greatest push from the side of CSA. They had a really good and slow opening when they got all the informations, and they actually went for one of the worst push possible. So Fame actually played around that really well, and they deserve to win the defense.
As we see the last moments of those of this round going down. And yeah, in this battle, Ducky actually asked the questions, why the double CS and the Bachat in the north. I sort of had the idea directly in my mind that those tanks can rotate really, really fast. But in the end, it's still a super, super light lineup. And CSA, they had brought a lot of heavies already on their attack. I don't think it was safe to assume that they would bring lighter tanks on their defense.
So yeah, like Daki said, you would expect when you bring lighter lineup like this to push off straight, to push off on A2 directly with the CS's Bachat. But from the side of Fade, they decided to slow down because they saw that CSA were in the right positions to cover the north. So they actually made a pretty good rotations over that base too. But as you can see, one of the biggest mistakes here from the side of M are those 2 CSs that didn't run on time. Like, just imagine one of the CSs from the side of Fame, if he managed to go all the way around, take the hill, as all the crossfire of the world, how important and how hard it would be for CSA to deal with it. They actually fought combat pretty well. He made a full clip, but then they were fully forcing him back. But those CSs from the side of Fame, Ilian and Philly, I think here is where Fame actually lost that game, sadly. There is a good reaction, good rotation, but those CSs definitely lost that game because CSA was like strongly rotating slowly but surely and taking over back the control.
All right, so yeah, there you have it. The analysis, the wrap-up of the first match. I think the predictions were like around 80-20 or something for Fame in that game. A lot of points are gonna change their possession here. And yeah, for the next game, I think we're in for a more close sort of matchup. It's gonna be a Tropical against Invil. Ducky Mojo, take it away.
I have the same issue as Kihan. I'm not good with buttons, Mojo, but it's okay. I always have a voice in my head telling me that I'm not good with buttons. So here we are. Yes, a surprise coming out in the first match, but now on to the second match. Tropical against Invil. A rematch even, Mojo, from last tournament.
Yeah, I would say like a rematch of a sort where Tropical had a 3-1 lead, I believe, again against Invil in the final. It seems to be like a theme or something, you know, and then they lost. Can't believe, was it 3-1 or 3-2? Yeah, it was 3-1, man. All those 3-1s, and then they lost 4-3 in the final match against Invil on a previous tournament. So I believe they are here hoping for some kind of payback and to maybe make that another step, you know, and maybe win a tournament for the first time, because they've been consistently participating and they've been actually improving themselves over time. So that's a big plus for them. Invil is really standard for us. We, as Insane already said, like aggressive team that has good kind of setups, but some kind of mind planes may come into effect. Now Smiley leading the team, Vervi, Itox, Hacker, White Rock, Panuka. That's a mixture of various clans, but mainly Tropical is made of 3PX, Tilt, Fame, and some pure guys. On the other hand, Invil, pretty much singular Polish lineup.
Yeah, and Katsai there in his T100 might already be in trouble. He's not running away. Smiley, does he fancy giving him a shot? No, he's not going to go for it. He's just going to stay in the window. So Panu and Katsai just trading out there in the beginning of the T100s. Not a bad thing for Tropical, pushing away Katsai. He doesn't get the info on what's crossing on the K line. So good start, good start.
Nice honeycomb skin that Tropical has for this tournament. Senti is already in the cap together with other Kranwagen, so they are pressuring hard from the very start of the map. This is very important to know. Itox is trying to do some decaps with his HE shells, while the rest of his team will be mastering, but that shell will not pen every time, so that's not 100% reliable.
And it's also a big thing to note here, Mojo, is that if you look at the current map positions, is that the east is completely open for the side of Tropical. And they have already taken that. So if the Crowns get spotted now, they're going to get clipped from the forest, Mojo, which is really bad.
But I don't know what Panzer Fury and Rexa, they seem to be expecting like Tropical to just come straight forward. But as we can see, Tropical is not doing any moves of a sort. They're playing it really smart because they judged where the enemy is. But there you go. The Supercongs are climbing all up. They saw the I-7. They know that the jig is up and they have to do something about it. They're trying to spring out and delete him. But can they go in this Death Alley? Can they go on this crossroad?
I don't think so, Mojo. As they push around here, there's going to be an S-Conk and a 1 team waiting for them. Like here, getting a good clip on towards Koma, though. Actually, fully hold on, so not bad there. Takes one from Smiley. Like is now going to be reloading to the HP trades here. Even Koma is indeed down towards the one-shot. Pano needs to be careful as well. He's down towards a two-shot for Katsai. But the cap has been halted. And you could say Invil's basically surrounded at this point.
Yeah, Invil is surrounded, but they did a really good number of Koma. He ended up on 70 HP, and Panuka, their light, is on 300. So I would say like two of the key tanks that you need in some moments are on really low HP. Now Invil needs to think, what will they do to pressure on Tropical? Like, do they want to try to do some rotation, or are they just going to try to cap again? It does look like they're going to trigger a cap again a little, and then be ready for some kind of counter-attack. I mean, it's way harder with these houses that are not breakable to decap nowadays than it used to be before. Before this, there was no this house that we see right here. This house didn't exist. So you could break some breakable little huts, and then you could snipe all the way down from the 7 line. You could literally snipe from here and decap all the way down in cap. It's not feasible anymore. There are still angles, but they're way harder to find, especially through all the foliage.
It's interesting to note that Panu is not actually spotting this rotation here. He's not spotting this because he's all the way back here. Usually you would see a light push up towards here, but maybe with his HP, he doesn't want to do that. In the meantime, Invil, you can see they have rotated one bat across towards here, but in return, Tropical rotated both their bat shots here. White was already here, but he's now joined by Hacker. So this Invil rotation is not really going to achieve much. And even Tropical's pushing up like this, Mojo. There's only 2 tanks there from Invil, and Pandu's going to take the position now as well, which means that there will be no further rotations from Invil across A-line. They can, but they will be spotted.
Yeah, there is 4 minutes to go. Tropical has no reason whatsoever to really push anywhere because they're defending. They just need to make sure they're not caught with their pants down somewhere with too little of the tanks. As example, they paid dearly for Coma because they neglected the fact that Crown Wagons can just peek and do this, and there was only 1 tank that could trade against that Crown Wagon, and that was it. So I don't think they expected such a lot of HP on him. But all in all, 3.5 minutes, it doesn't look like a capping game. It does look like Invil we have to close in this by fighting. And it looks like Tropical is kind of sensing it. So they're taking the back positions.
Yeah, you can see Rexar though in that S-Conk. He's the one that get used
Burn!
to spot out. But there's bat shots clipping on towards the side. He's down to 800 HP in Coma Mojo. He might be on a one-shot, but he has already hit 3k damage in this game.
That's amazing, man. But Rexar now taking this damage and burning doesn't help the Invil case. 3 minutes to go now. It looks for a while that they're stuck. Panzer Fury is now finally crossing and closing in toward the cap, while the Crown Wagons are finally pushing in, and they will be deleting Coma any second now. But that's just like a pretty much first hurdle, and the one that's meant to be sacrificed from the very start.
Yeah, they still have to deal with a 113 on 2000 HP, which they won't be able to. The batshots have rotated in the meantime as well. You can't see them on the minimap right now, but they are putting in the crossfire on towards those grounds. White Rock and Hacker having a shooting gallery even on towards them. Smiley still in a position as well to cover. Hacker picks up Stenti. That's the crossfire from behind that we're talking about, and still there is a double S-Conk holding 1-2 line. Smiley is now pushing forward in his 1-13, trying to get safe, and it's just GG go next there with 2 shells. No, he's still on the other side of the church, so he's getting crossfired in return, but he picks up, gets out in the T100, and even if Rexar kills Smiley, the HP, well, how are they going to ever go through double S-Conk that are full HP?
That death of Ketsai is actually a big blow for Invil because they are now down on HP. Also, they are down on only tank that can actually sneak up and do something like capping with keeping a low profile or whatsoever, or even spotting the enemy flank. Now, Tropical has a double HP. They know where the enemy is. This is the last card that Invil can throw on a table, attempt to cap, and hope that Tropical will kind of do something really stupid and screw up these last moments of the game.
I don't think it's going to happen though. Itox is pushing forward with his full HP S-Conk. Invil is now trying to spring the trap on towards him. He gets actually blown up! That's bad for the side of Tropical.
This
The
HP
blowout.
starts to get really close now.
Yeah, mainly because of the blow up there on towards Itox. Now
Well,
the cap is 12 seconds, so Veri's going to have to make it happen. He gets a nice one to Panther Fury. He takes 2. Now Protex is pushing forward on towards Veri. In that batch shot, he can do this, but he doesn't have that many shells still left. White Rock in the meantime is going for GG Gordon next, but he is not able to close out the kill just yet as Fury and Panther Fury are dueling it out. White Rock gets the 1v1 against GG Gordon next, and now Piotr is going up and over. Hacker from the side though picks up Panzer Fury. Now White Rock coming from behind with 3 available, but Hacker will close it out first, and I think Piotr is still on reload at this moment in time, and he'll also be the only one left standing here. That blow up making things interesting, but Tropical at no given point during this match really in trouble.
Yeah, they were like keeping things under the control. The only thing they couldn't really defend themselves against is that RNG that just happened and made it a bit spicy in the end. But the closure is here. Piotr is doing the last shells of damage that he can. And this is the 1-0 for Tropical Cyclone. I mean, it's a bit closer at the end than it looked and should have been. But that blow up, as we said already, just made it a bit more interesting for all of us.
I mean, I could have waited, I guess, for Furby to arrive as well in his S-Conk because he's full HP, but then again, you don't really expect to be blown up because
it's just that mentality at the end of the game, man. Even in randoms, like, oh, we have 3 times more HP, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if he doesn't get blown up, the bat is fully clipping as well, so he's fully reloading, and Furby just cleans up everything, you know, together with Hacker. But this blow up, making sure that Invil has to use less shells, a lot less shells actually. It said Koma did 3k damage on screen, and then he didn't do 3k damage. And now I feel so lied to. It's unbelievable.
I don't know how would he do it. Actually, I saw him do like 1 or 2 shells, but 3k
I
seemed like a bit too much to me.
I swear it said Koma 3k damage. I swear. Maybe I'm just getting.
I'll trust you. Okay.
Maybe I'm turning into Keyhand, and you. Maybe I need to check my eyesight after all.
I don't know. Keyhand is already opting for the new ones, man. Take some hints.
Soon it's gonna have like binoculars to actually see things. Maybe if I have binoculars, I can see him play well in advances as well, because it's the only way to see it.
Ooh. Well, we'll see what he has to say about that at the end, but this is a closure of the first round here. So Murovanka 1-0 for Tropical, they picked up their defense, but now we will see how will they do the attack side against Invil. This Murovanka, to be honest, is not a map that can be that easily always just like cornered. We've seen that the games can come really close, and I believe that it leaves quite a bit of more aggression maybe and on attacker side that can be exerted on this map than we've seen so far.
The good thing for the defender team on Muro is now most of the teams don't spend as much time to figure out all the bushes and all the blind fires that they have to do. So usually if you put a light in a bush, he doesn't really get blind shot. It's really hard to find him.
Yeah, it's really hard to find a light there. I mean, it's used to be hard before when people knew exactly what they were doing, and I can believe now it's just a nightmare. So the lower cap is way harder to play because of that. So I believe most of the fights will opt, like most of the teams will take just the easy way and try to fight for the upper cap, and just we will see variations on how will they do it.
Yes, predictions, Mojo. I predicted 4-2 for Tropical together with Keyhand 4-3 for Tropical. Both you and Insane going tiebreaker win for Invil.
Yeah, I was kind of dubious, like because like Piotr is not playing with them again. As far as I understood, like he has some actually internet problems, like in evening hours, so he cannot actually play. I don't know, is it true or not? But whatever it is, like
Didn't seem to stop him from playing in the last clan rivals.
I guess so. I don't know. I believe that Invil still has some edge, like of experience over Tropical, but I don't think that that edge is a big one. So that's why I was like, yeah, this match can go either way. Let's just like go with experience and opt for this side.
Lineups, double 115 and I7, a Kran, double Eskunk and a Bat for the side of Tropical on the attack. Invil, triple Eskunk, a VZ, double Bat and a T100. This Tropical lineup does not really say lower cap, they don't even have a line. I mean, I could be wrong, but...
No, you really can't play the lower cap with this kind of lineup. You really want to go for upper one, and we can see that Invil actually expects that. They're sending literally everything they have on that side of the battlefield, because they know even if something happens on the lower cap, they can just like put T100 somewhere and spot it from like gazillion miles away. Anyways, Tropical marching in, going 1-2-3, 1-2-3 straight for the cap. White Rock separating himself to go from behind the little house, while the rest are entering the cap any second now. And we can see double cap going on, while there is much more tanks there. Koma doing the proxy with his IS-7. We just need to see what will be the reaction now.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, Mojo, the quick discussion. HP on Batshot, yes or no? Piotrix doesn't have it, Rexar does. It's 180 HP difference between the two.
Frankly, I haven't played Batshot in months. Like, it's kind of hard to shoot with that one compared to the new meta. But if you expect like close combat battle, I would take it. If you want to keep your distance, then I would avoid it.
Well, here we go though. Invil has decided enough. We're gonna push around this corner and see what we can do with our Eskongs trying to take this straight here, but the HP is so bad for the side of Invil already. Minus 3,000 over Tropical here. Those Batshots even taking a lot as well, and this peak did not work out whatsoever for Invil. Yes, they got the reset, but with 6 minutes left, you cannot do that again.
Oh man, this was like so chaotic. Like when they peaked, the damage was all over the place. You could barely see what's going on. But the one thing that is known by now is that Tropical made a way better crossfire. And although Invil peaked with pretty much entire team except the light, so the 6 tanks peaked.
You see this one here?
Yep. Oh, this is such a random like position going above them.
But it could be really good though.
It's gonna be amazing because there is only one guy who can shoot him, and that's a light tank, and they know it because they've
He's
seen all
spotted-
6 of them.
He's spotted by the bot. Banu and Ketsa have spotted each other out. I think Banu is even clipping him. And now Ketsa is on the retreat. Banu is going to be reloading, and Invil's going for it again. This is round 2 of the push. Round 2, and it's not going any better so far either, as 4,000 HP separated to Profuse in that random position. Per se is now decimating the signs of Invil from the side. Sukra is already down and out, and now the Bachas pushing forward. Piotrix and his friend Rex are there behind those buildings, but even if they get Koma, there is still 113s, Eskongs that are healthy that they'll have to go through. And now Invil with 2,958 HP remaining. It's 6v5 for the side of Tropical, but
Well-
Invil is basically dead on all the tanks.
That experience is definitely not on Invil side in these games. It does look like they've been red before the game even started. I mean, such a damage coming in from all the angles, and now Profuse just playing the upper area with Super Conk above them raining like, and everyone is on one shot. There is literally nothing Invil can do to turn the game around. They sent a T100 to rotate around, but since the damage was done in the start of the game by Tropical, they could like deal with that. They're sending just like one Bacha to keep their flank straight because they had 6 heavies in a really good health to deal with the remaining of the Invil team, and that leaves Senti alone here now in a remainder of Murovanka, which is a graveyard for this Invil team. 2-0 for Tropical Cyclone, really good opening for them, amazing even, and if it's gonna be anything similar to the previous game, like, wow, it's gonna be a problem for Invil.
Wasn't even really close, to be honest.
Nope.
I saw what Invil tried to do there, but I think if they want to punish them going in the cap, they have to be peeking the corner straight with the Eskongs, no? And trying to track tanks and shoot tanks as they come in. I don't know if they make that on time. Actually, I don't know if they get on the corner on time to punish the Invil tanks, but they were like kind of holding behind the corner. And I think you want to take the fight almost straight then. But yeah, that not working out. Sokar there, 448 in his VZ.
He was completely denied, and later completely dominated by Profuse when he climbed up.
Yeah, Profuse pulling the dirty there on his Polish comrades. Yeah, where is the nationalistic spirit, huh, Profuse? A Polish player playing against a Polish team. That is just completely nie dobrze, not nie dobrze at all, dude. It's
You know
just,
how it goes, man. Euro goes above the flag.
Yeah, I know, dude. I'm just quoting some comments that I saw in Camel's video, you know, from the last Clan Rivals. Like, how can you play against Invil when you and Rishik, you're Polish? That's just, there's no nationalistic spirit there whatsoever. Same thing for Profuse now. Unbelievable. Just such a shame. So that was Muro. What's your ghost down now?
Muro, which was Invil's pick, done. Okay, that went totally well for Invil, not. And now we will be watching Ghost Town, which is Tropical's pick. This is a Ghost Town that you guys know from Random, not the old one from the Gold League, of course. A bit bigger map, but still it evolves a lot about the inner courtyard and the center of the map.
Yeah, I don't have that much experience on Ghost Town. Yeah, the Northern Cap is almost never played, ever.
It's way harder to play it on this new map than it was on the old one. On the old one, you could like really mix what you want to do between those two, and you could always like do a shuffle and put the pressure on that one. Now it's way harder because once you break the buildings, there is virtually no protection there. I've seen a couple of attempts like on previous tournaments, but it never worked out really well. So most of the team just go with a good heavy lineup. They try to pressure that middle one and to trade better, especially if they get like into the inner courtyard fast enough to make a good crossfire, like we've seen that as example Tropical did now from the cap on Murovanka. Pretty much similar threat in spirit, I would say.
Mm-hmm. And Invil, not the greatest start in the world here. And now moving on to Ghost Town. The map that looks very big, but has a lot of areas that are not really playable. Let's put it like that. The most players from randoms will recognize the K3 and the A3 balcony, where there's some nice triangles shooting you unspotted, right?
Mm-hmm. You can see that lovely inscription above the map, Miru Mir. Mir also in Russian means earth. So peace to the earth on this lovely destroyed city. Very poetic, I would say. So what can we expect from all of these guys? Like defenders, which will in this case be Invil, they need to control the outer flank a bit so they can create a crossfire, but they will need to have tanks on these cooldowns, ready to spot the enemy, play the hold down and peek together. And what I mean is like Tropical will probably just try to rush into the cap in one moment, unless they want to play a really slow game and feel them out. But so far, like with their patience and the way they play, I believe they're gonna go for aggression.
Yeah.
Also,
taking
Smiley
the
is
cap-
leading him and he likes to play faster.
faster. True. Then again, Invil could do the same though, Mojo. Double CS, triple S, an I7 and a 50B. Chroma really likes that I7. Invil double 113, W100, double VZ, and a T100. 2 of each, you know, China format.
Actually, who's leading Tropical team? Is it Vervi or?
Leading?
Yeah,
Smiley and Piotr, I would guess.
because I don't see Smiley in the team, that's why. Anyways, never mind. Profus
really?
and the guys are already pushing toward the 1 cap, and CSs are gonna chase this T100 bit, but there is a big backup already behind. Like the houses are not broken yet.
Ketsa here in that T100 in a little bit of trouble. Pano peeking out now as well. Once again, another shot on towards him. He doesn't connect though. And it does seem like we're going to have an all-out brawl here from the beginning of the game already, Mojo, as now the tropical tanks are coming. And I would guess that it's maybe Piotr over Discord then, Mojo. If Smiley's not in the team, Profus now needs to run because the buildings are getting destroyed. Profus is not going to be running away from this one. He's going to be making a nice and beautiful shield for his buddy Koma. Koma is now forced to back out as well. The initial damage here definitely on the side of Invil after destroying those houses.
Yeah, this is a light advantage for them, I would say, but Panuka is still safe there and they cannot really afford to destroy all those houses too much. Also, Soccer is in wide open position.
Yeah, he's gonna run now though.
Yeah, he has to run. Panuka is also running. Koma is keeping the lower edge, and now it doesn't look like Tropical actually gained much with this trade. Like Profus is on 90 HP. He really needs to like get off and try to keep a really safe kind of low profile, but there is nowhere to go where he cannot be picked up if he does it carelessly. There is a big rotation coming in from Tropical now, like using this upper road, which is something you don't usually see in random games, of course. But they're now scared. They're scared because they don't know where Ketsa is.
I mean, Ketsa is was just sneaking through the A line, I think. He did just do that. He's completely behind them. That's disaster.
It's a big problem for them because there is nothing they can do. Also, there are bushes there.
Isolated.
He can peek from the bushes and shoot. There is bushes on 8 line. There are bushes on 0 line. There is literally nothing they can do against it except charge someone in. Is that I7 actually trying to... What is he doing in the middle of the field? Is he trying to go there?
He's trying to charge the T100, but in the meantime, very completely isolated, goes down in the blink of an eye, and it's still 2000 HP separating these two, and Panu is still on the CS. Now Rexer is getting kind of crossfire there, forced back. Maybe if they could pick him up, that would be beautiful here. Itox with the high roll. No high roll coming in today for him. Now the HP coming closer, and this Invil move, Koma, spotting it out, might have actually been bad here for the side of Invil.
Yeah, but the Ketsa will still be a big problem.
Perma-tracked? Senti's perma-tracked! Senti's dead! HP is even, completely.
Oh,
That E100 left to his own devices.
But that's just a mistake of Invil. Like, what the hell are they doing? They have the spot on the back. They should have like kept their aggression and covering each other. They are losing on trades. They're literally losing on trades here. This is not even tactical now. Now they left T100 alone, and he can be chased.
Mojo,
he can be chased.
SC5 Invil tanks in the same square, by the way. They're trying to set the world record for most tanks in the same square in WoT7.
Okay, no cooperation whatsoever. Koma still on full HP, trying to keep a check on Ketsai, who can be a pain in the butt on their side, but I would say Panuka should just go for him.
Oh, he does know where Ketsai is now, though. If they send Panu to go kill him, Ketsai
Panuka
is dead.
should go. Panuka should go.
Panu
and
is
once he is
going.
picked up, there is nothing that Invil can actually do properly to control the rotations. It's gonna be a big problem, because then Tropical has enough time to opt and go for the cap number 2.
And now Panu is going for it, which will mean that Invil is in trouble. Like, definitely in trouble. Panu is getting unspotted even towards Ketsai, so there will be no
there
initial
was some damage. There was some careless damage while we were talking, and Tropical actually fell down a bit. Ketsai is doing his best to survive, but Panuka of course picks him up. So there was some careless damage in a city received, because Panuka received only 1 shell from the light here. He did his job. Now we need to see what is actually Tropical's plan, how to deal with this. Soccer is now picking up damage from Panuka, and he has to run away, so they have to abandon completely this lower side. The play that actually Tropical can opt for are
Everything.
twofold. They can like they have I7 here. They can just send him to play cooldown against the one cap, and they can pressure the one cap again. I would say even that's the better option for them.
Mojo, it said Koma had 3k damage again. I don't know if I believe it this time. Seems more likely, I guess. I guess it's more likely because I did see him hit at least 4 shots. So, you know.
I didn't see him hit that much, but okay.
I mean, it said on screen, Koma greater than 3,000 damage.
Please, someone just write with hand, 3k if it's not, and it's gonna be all fine.
But now the CS is flanking the round, probably. I mean, the only thing I don't like about Koma being there, Mojo on A6, is that Koma has 2,465 HP.
Yeah, he has like most HP and he has the most armor.
It's 30% of their team's HP.
I would really expect maybe CS to be there and not him, but okay, that's how they want to play it.
It's still possible here for Invil to possibly recover. They have now bailed, reset, taken different positions. There is a 115 on A4. Panu spots out the VC from Piotrix, I think, and Koma is going for it. Panu goes down!
That's a big damn loss for Tropical now.
Koma's position, ooh, not connecting there. Koma's position is good now, though, I would say.
Okay, he does have 3k damage. That's what I saw also.
Yeah, I don't believe anything
You're
anymore,
confirmed.
Bro. I don't believe anything anymore. Panzer Fury now on the run. Takes one more from Koma. Now, Sokar's position becomes weaker. The cap is open, though. I don't like what they're doing now. Oh, hacker.
I don't think the cap is in points anymore. Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, is this like you fair? So they are crossing the road and the enemy is shooting, and if they shoot them enough, they get like a fluffy toy.
Oh, Itox misses that. Koma is kind of slow, so Itox will definitely take one. Ooh, never mind. Non-connection on the side there, but 1 minute and 29 seconds. Koma should be closing out the kill now, but here comes Invil. They're pushing out again. They want to pick up these tanks here. They do pick up White Rook and the AMX-50B, and now what seemed to be a good start from Invil, turning into a disastrous middle segment for Invil, now turns back into a good position for Invil, as Koma is the only one left standing. It is a game of throws right now.
It was a roller coaster game, but Koma is the last guy remaining. This makes no sense. Okay, yeah, 4K makes sense. Koma is the last guy standing, but since his team is attacking, there is nothing he can do in these 50 seconds. He will not pick up all the tanks. He cannot cap, so only thing left is to just go out and die, more or less, and maybe work on his portfolio by doing more damage.
Yeah. Interesting stuff there, Mojo. I'm pretty sure that the cap was open, by the way. The 2 base was open for Tropical. If they rotated around, they had the time for it as well.
I was kind of thinking, you know, they're gonna send like a CS where Koma was to play from there. It's a fast tank. He can slip by. He can get even on a hill, probably, hugging the red line. And you put like an I7 in a cap. You know, that's what I was expecting. And everyone else just like, keep a crossfire, man. And you're good. There is no one to deal with you. But, okay.
Sokar, good performance there, 5k.
5k is okay. Always, but Koma also doing 4.5 in I7, which is like quite a feat in 7 on 7. But a lot of careless picks and trades that we've seen in this game. It was really awkward in moments.
Yeah, teams leaving tanks out, stranded, everywhere to die.
I guess like it comes to a fact that a lot of guys don't know this map very well, and they don't get to play that much, so it's kind of visible. They're not covering each other very well, and the rotations are kind of awkward. After the initial engagements where everyone knows where they're supposed to be, when it comes to like personal backing off, you know, and covering the corners, it kind of goes back to shambles.
Yeah, that was an interesting game. I am just so confused.
Interesting is the best word you can find for that.
I don't know. Like the A-line play, it seemed good, but then if you think about the time, Mojo, like the time, how much was left in the game, and how much percentage of his team HP that Koma actually had, which is like 30%.
Yeah, that's what I say. Tank. Like it's a really nice for cooldown and everything, but no time. So like CS, who just died on the other side for nothing, would make much more sense there. I guess they thought they're gonna slip the CS because they have an I7 there. So the CS would go and he would create an additional crossfire from other side, but he just got picked off, I think by Soccer probably, by VZ, because he was like 2-shot.
I think he died to Rexar. He died to Rexar, but he could have taken a
Rexar?
shot from the VZ. There was a
Yeah.
VZ in front of him, so maybe the combined crossfire.
Yeah, so like they just lost him, I would say, in that regard for nothing.
Yeah, but you wouldn't like if you send the if you have the CS on the one line, Mojo, if you have him there on the one line, he establishes the crossfire on. You remember how there was a VZ overwatching cap number 2, the middle cap?
Yes.
The CS has crossfire onto that guy. Like he can actually shoot him in the back. So that's why I thought they would go for cap number 2 after, but they didn't, which was weird to me.
Well, peace to the earth, peace to the dead guys. Anyways, it's 2-1 for Tropical Cyclone, and we will be watching Invil in attack role now on this Ghost Town. First round was obviously taken by them in defense, but here comes the like harder side, the attacking side. Ghost Town used to be a very balanced map in a previous version, but nowadays I really cannot say. I have no statistical data to back up any of the claims anymore. Like back then we had like pretty much exact numbers, so it was close to 50-50, like whether you're attacker or defender, but
I think
now I
pretty
have
even.
no idea.
I think it's pretty even now as well. Not sure. Anyways, lineups. Ooh, Invil. Double VZ. 3 277s and 2 115s. Interesting. Tropical double
2
115,
visas.
50, W100, S-Cook and T100.
Yeah, Tropical playing like their defense really, let's say, standard with a lot of heavy setup and tanks, while the Invil is playing like a really fast lineup. But I would expect this Invil lineup to go for 2 cap with this straight. And I'm kind of surprised that Tropical is not trying to greet them there and do damage while they're doing so. I guess they have some kind of other version in their mind, like what can they do and where can they shoot from.
Well, they're indeed going straight for base number 2, Mojo. Ooh, and Virby already taken double there for his trouble.
If Invil actually smells out that there is a big split by Tropical, that 113s are not in play, they can just charge down and eat these tanks up. But fortunately for Tropical, they cannot know that. But Itox is paying the heavy price here because he lost already around 1000 HP, and there is equal numbers shed away from Koma on his Super Kong. Hacker and Panuka and Prufus are trying to rotate behind now, and White Rock, but they will only be greeted by the rest of the Invil tanks. This is really going bad for Tropical at the moment.
This is going absolutely disaster for Tropical. If you look at it, they have 12 seconds left to reset the cap, and Panu does get a cheeky little one on towards the side there. That's good. That's what they need. That's what a good start looks like for resetting. But it doesn't look good if you look at the HP department, which is 3k difference, and now the VCs are actually blocking the reset. So Panu holds his shot smartly to reset, but it's a T100. It doesn't have that much DPM, Mojo. He can chip away, but it's still 10 seconds now. 8 seconds now left on the decap here. Panu, can he get the reset? Can he connect? He does. Okay, back down to 35 seconds, but the bleeding. Actually, it's kind of even in HP again. And again, Invil in a little bit of a surround, Mojo. It's always interesting how these guys end up surrounded.
And this is really awkward for me, because once they were resetted by T100, where is the team communication? They should have said something to each other and just push out like they're doing now after wasting a couple of thousand of HP, because they will have a couple of tanks from Tropical completely after the game. This is happening now, so now we have Itox dead, and there is a pressure coming in on Hacker. Invil still has all 7 tanks in the game, but the HP is still equal.
HP is indeed still equal. It's 4v7 now, very doing damage, but can he survive long enough to do another shot? He might just about be able to, as Ketsai doesn't connect. Can Very can get one more shot out here onto his Rexar? He does, so he's also a one shot now for the side of Invil. And yes, they have 6 guns. Panu has a lot of HP as well though, and he's a little T100, but they need to be careful. This is not over just yet.
This is not over, because T100 is actually, I think, the most important tank now, because he can flank around really fast and shoot people in the back not spotted. What Tropical needs to do now, they need to hold Prufus and White Rock as close as they can, as protected as can, and they need to let Panuka spot and maybe pick off 1 or 2 guys for free if possible. If he takes out Senti, it's gonna be big. If he takes out Rexa, it's gonna be big. It's gonna actually be a fighting chance back for Tropical if that happens. But still, it's a big freaking gap, 6 versus 3.
Yeah, you can see Invil tanks now kind of spreading around, trying to find a possible angle, a possible way to play it, and it does seem that Ketsai on the cap is going to be their way, but White Rock gets one on Ketsai already. More good stuff here. He's down towards a
this
2-shot
corpse
now.
is gonna be a really, really good thing for Invil, because it's gonna be a problem for a light to reliably pen him from every angle. This leaves only one angle which he can shoot from. Now triple cap will be coming, but they don't have anyone controlling the 2 line. Oh no, they do. They do have one heavy on that side. Yes.
But now Rytrock is moving closer again. Profus also moving in. 23 seconds. Can Panu get a reset angle from the side is a big question here. Can he actually make this happen?
Well, it's all up to him. I don't think it matters what Profus and Whiterock do. They need to stay in check. Oh, so they are opting that he cannot really do it reliably, and they're sending Profus, but that's a death march for him because he's be entering the crossfire of 4 tanks there. He's picking up the damage. 200 HP left on him while he crawls back in the safety of the corner, but Panzer Fury is chasing him back. So he doesn't pen, but
Ooh, that's
never
actually
mind.
Senti from the back that didn't manage to pen, but still, nonetheless, the kill comes out. Rexar here in return is going to go down towards Panu. No, he doesn't go down towards Panu. Panu's going to go down towards Rexar, and that leaves just Whiterock standing. And yes, it's close. Invil's low on HP, but it's 2-2. Everything starts again.
Close but no cigar, that's how it goes. It's an equalizer, and if this happens, I would usually like to be in the shoes of a team who just won the game. So 2-2, and we will be going to mines after we see like who did what and what when. But so far on this map, I don't know, man, like Invil looked a little better.
Yeah.
Like the previous game was total chaos. This game was just like kind of a bad read by Tropical. Like the setup of Invil was screaming to me, we are going for the 2 cap straight away. And they did nothing about it on time.
And they had even very good initial damage, Invil. Very good initial damage, if you think about it.
It was like a really bad trade by even hundreds and Super Conks. I mean, if they watch the game again, like tomorrow, they can just like be very unhappy because they lost that HP in a start, because at the end that could have been a turnaround point for them. Literally.
Yeah, also, in this last game, Hacker is not that experienced, and I think he made a major misplay as well. So they were pushing Verwi and Koma, right? With the 113s, and he was trying to drive towards them, which, if you think about it, it sounds great, right? Helping your teammate, do some damage. Unless you think about the fact that he knew that there's double VZ on the corner. What happened next is double VZ peaks 113. Little 113 all by himself against double VZ. Double VZ has 1800 HP. The 113 has 1800 HP. VCs are done clipping, and the 113 has a grand total of 0 HP.
Well, hello, little friend.
Yes.
That's the kind of game.
Taking a trade against double VZ is not really usually the way you want to go.
Well, Ghost Town is done. So this was the pick of Tropical Cyclone. So we can see that so far both of the teams who picked their own maps lost. If we go by that logic, it's not going to go well on mines for Tropical, but that's too early to say. Maybe I'm just like, leading the way for my predictions to go right. Who knows? Anyways, mines. First role we will see is Invil in defense and Tropical in attack.
Yeah, you do want to be defending first.
Yeah, it's a nice thing if you have that advantage as defender. It's a bit more laid back, and you can be on a match point then.
Yeah, that's defending first on the possibly deciding map. I mean, it depends on the map. Some maps defending is not that great on. Like Prokhorovka. I don't think defending is that great on, actually. Altogether.
Well, defending on Cliff or defending on Himmel can also be just like, nothing special, nothing like it's a huge advantage except time that the enemy has to deal with.
I mean,
but Mines is a kind of a map that can easily go 1-1, no matter what you do.
You can always be, have really big balls, Modro, and when you get to tiebreaker, for example, in the clan rivals against Fame, pick Sand River attack,
I heard that Fame he had the master plans in entire final match. How to play. Can you elaborate a bit, because you were there first person, please?
Wait, the last clan rivals?
Yes.
We just went for it, push, and then we killed them,
And it worked.
Yeah, it worked great, actually. Better than expected.
Anyways, mines we will be watching now, guys. I'm looking forward to see what are the tank setups, because the old saying goes, like, they can say a story, and we will see our team opting more for something aggressive or camping or whatnot. What we usually don't see on mines is attacking this village cap. It's way harder to do it. It's been done before. It's been done. We've seen it in a couple of versions and tricks. And these guys were one of the ones who actually tried it more than once. But we will see this time. This is like in their attacking side, they actually have a TVP. Interesting.
Yeah,
Are they going to try to play water with it? Yeah, they're putting it on the island to try to clip something.
Invil's playing the you push 1-2 and we retake the hill strategy.
Yeah, they left practically nothing in the base. There is only one light on the island ready to spot, and they have a lot of tanks under the hill. But can they take the hill with this? Is this enough?
Probably it is. Como will have to bail very soon. Let's see how much damage Hacker takes.
Here comes the pain, bro.
It's double I7 and an E5 that I think can give a shot. So Verby taking a shot is good for Hacker, because even if they all connect now, Invil is not ready. Invil is not on time for this just yet. Now they have to repush the hill straight. Profuse position, I don't like it behind that rock. He should be in the cubby. And E4, I'll just say it straight. I don't like it. But now Ketsai and his T100 is getting pressured. He's holding up 4 tanks though right now. And now comes the hill repush.
Problem. He's in a big problem, but the camera should really switch on a hill, not like on the last match we watched on mines. But never mind, Ketsai will die, and finally we will be able to see the main fight on the top of the hill, where double CSs and Superconk are trying to defend themselves. Now only Itox and Panuka, because Profus is busy being shot by Rexar to pieces. He is ignoring him, turning his glorious butt to him, but it doesn't really help, because he's trying just to help his friends on the hill. 113s, on the other hand, are pressuring the enemy base, but Invil actually has here the upper ground. Panuka is trying to run away, but it's not gonna work out. Oh, this shot, it was dirty.
I really hate Tropical's positions they took. They were so bad. I'm sorry to say, it was so bad. Like really, the worst combination almost. Anyways, Panu is now being able to bail into the base at least. So they have that going for them, I guess. But he has a Panzer Fury in front of him.
And he's now being made one shot by Panzer. Panzer will take some kind of damage, but not that much as he should, and he picks him up and he goes back in safety behind the corner, where he will be covered by his teammates. There is no way in hell that Tropical can challenge him anymore. He can play a cautious pull down there, assist his friends, and now we have a situation where 4 tanks of Tropical are completely cut off on irrelevant parts of map that they cannot use to their advantage. If White Rock and Verby try to do anything from a base like this or this, they're gonna be cut to pieces. If they try to cap here, like, I mean, Invil already has control of this part of the map. That just means like one guy will go here and shoot them in the ass for free. And this TVP will not be able to stop it, because there will be already laid out a crossfire for that. So this is a situation without proper exit for Tropical. I mean, it would take a major mistake or a couple of blowouts in a row for them to win this against Invil.
So since the game has stalled right now, we can talk about why I think the positions were so bad. Profuse is here. I think this is the worst position to play on the S-Kong. You can get pushed by the E5 like he did, like this. The E5 simply pushed him, 1v1 him and killed him. And you can get shot when they're going up. There's no reason to him to not be playing this here. Like, it's one of the two. When you're playing like this with like 4 tanks pushing 1-2, right? You're either playing all 3 on the hill, or you're playing with 1 here and the other 2 on the hill. Now, also, I mean, the cap has started in the meantime, but still, there's a lot to do for Tropical. Also, Mojo, if you have only 1 tank to kill here, and they saw all of this, right? They saw all the tanks here.
Yep.
They still have time to drop off its CSs and bail, and play for the cap, by the way. Because once they kill this, they could just go back towards the cap as well, and play that, instead of giving up the 2 CSs. I mean, they could have even dropped here, Mojo, with the 2 CSs, and went for this, which is also a better play than holding on the hill with the positions they have. It's either drop like this, play for the cap number 2, or drop like this and pressure this in the meantime to kill the S-Konk in the base, you know?
Yeah, dropping off and having S-Konk on proper position and going for the 2 cap would actually be good move by them, because then Invil would be in trouble. They would have lost the light, they might have traded for one tank back, but they would be in a problem. Now there is a capture of that lower base, but as we said, there is only TVP protecting it. So we have Hacker who will have to run out of it very soon or die. TVP who did his clip, but what now? Like, Invil is just throwing HP flamboyantly here just because they can.
Yeah, they have so much extra HP that it doesn't matter for them if they decide to use it or not. In the meantime, you can see a K-line push coming out from the side of Tropical on towards Panzer Fury, but that is the most healthy Invil tank still in the game. I mean, Koma's trying to clip towards that as well. He is getting some damage, but now he needs to run as well. And it's not really working out for Tropical. Still double the HP for the side of Invil.
I'm really surprised that Piotrix and Soccer didn't try to catch Koma while he was sleeping. Like, there was no one who could protect him. Like, they could have just taken him out for free.
I mean,
it doesn't matter, but at the end of the day, but still, details, you know.
Devil lies in details, indeed. And yeah, it's mop-up operation here for the side of Invil. Tropical. Yeah, I don't think the start was bad, Mojo. I think the reactions were bad, you know? Like, I don't think that they lost tactic against tactic. I think they lost because they allowed the double CS to die, and they allowed a Profuse to die, and they had all the info.
It's kind of let's say, payment for inexperience, because the tactics you were saying makes perfect sense, and they're really okay. But they do rely that team actually has a good experience in 7-on-7 format, which a lot of these guys don't. We've seen tactics like that played in old Gold League, but even back then, it would require experienced and good team, a vocal team, to immediately say, okay, we are dropping off the hill, we are abandoning this, we are cutting our losses here because this is not working, and we are going to plan B, which would be this.
Yeah.
In worst case scenario for us, that they are doing this, because this was literally the worst case scenario for them.
Yeah, holding on the hill like they did is, I don't know. I Profuse at 1.1k damage, which is sadly not enough. You get those first 3 initial shots when they're taking the hill, by the way. Like, you get basically, you know, one when he's peeking the corner, second when he's crossing, then usually they're not all driving up together, so that's the 3rd shot already. And then if you're in the cubby and you get pushed, you basically are able to 1v1 any tank that goes for you. Now he just dies. I mean, like, they had the info. I don't know who's, like, exactly leading, if it's Spiller or Smiley or, like, whoever on Discord. But holding on the hill, like, they saw all the tanks shooting at the 113s, so they knew how much was coming up on the hill. You don't hold 3 against, like, 5. So,
as I say, it's just like a lack of experience there. Like, after all these years, I have no clue what would even I do now. When I watch this for later, it all makes sense. You know, when you are doing the tactics, I guess in their own mind, when they were preparing this, they were expecting that Invil will play standard like everyone else, with that light covered from the back. They will sit in the back. They'll have 1 or 2 tanks toward the hill, blah, blah, blah. And then we're going to wrap it up with, like, a paper and a little, like, you know.
I'm not going to lie, Mojo. I have a very distinct memory of Invil playing almost the exact same thing as they just did.
They did?
Yes, I don't know. I have a deja vu feeling that they played something like this in a WoT7 or a previous tournament, but like almost this, where they go mainly middle, and if you push 1-2, they go retake the hill. And I don't think that I'm, like, dreaming it. So, but even I have like I have a very distant memory of it.
I'll check it. But anyways, Invil taking 3 games in a row for a match point against Tropical Cyclone. This is a deja vu that we've seen before. So we will see now, does Tropical actually can hold their ground now, because they are defending on mines, which should be theoretically stronger side. But so far, only Invil picked up their defense. Okay. There's not been a big example, so it doesn't count.
I mean, Mojo, in an example size of 2, it's, you know, not really hard to be the
not
first
a big
one
sample.
if the other team didn't do it, you know? It's...
Let's see.
Let's see the lineups first. Tropical is the kind of team that I could actually see drive middle. That's why. I don't know why. I could see them actually go for the middle. It's some crazy 6 CS strat or something, I don't know. Anyways, Tropical, Well,
Triple E5, triple CS, 277. Wow.
I wasn't
the
far
fortune
off,
teller
Mojo.
Ducky.
I wasn't far off, was I? Triple 113 and S double
Like,
VZ and the
dude, like
CS
these
for the
E5s are
Invil.
made for push on the mid, and that is exactly what they're doing. Invil should be well aware of that, and they are immediately pressuring the number 2 cap, giving up the hill for free because they know they have nothing to do with it.
And immediately the rotation coming out. Koma is already going back. He needs to be careful in that 277. They haven't pushed down 1-2 yet. Does he want to get... he might be wanting to go here, Mojo. Here. Like this position here.
That's the only position he can take now, so he can control the cap. He's taking one for the pleasure, but that's not that much.
No, that's not that much
That's
at
okay.
all.
That's way better than Dragos did.
Yeah, they do have 3 cap in though, Mojo. That timer is going to run down really low, really fast. I don't know how much E5 needs to overpeak to shoot from up, but usually it's not a good trade.
Well, what we know from previous experience... Ooh, nice connection by Koma.
Ooh, Mojo, one thing. Do you think the CS will cross at some point? Panu? From here?
Panu can only cross if, in their case, they think that everyone fired. Because even CS in his speed cannot really cross without getting annihilated.
10 seconds though.
There you go, there is a lot of guys that's gonna peek. Profus and Vervi are ready, and Hacker is ready in worst case scenario to jump down. But look at the damage done on Vervi! He's on 100 HP! That was painful, man!
Yeah, Verbi in that E5, it does have a lot of HP, but not as much if there's like 6 Invil tanks shooting at you all at the same time. However, they did succeed at what they wanted, which is to reset. And the HP is not that bad as it's like...
But the pressure is constant. And how many times can Tropical Cyclone do this? Now we have
they
2
got the big
cappers
reset. They got the
because...
big reset.
Yeah, Soccer had to go away. But there is a rotation by CS from Tropical, and he's trying to go behind. What's happening?
Mojo, I'm gonna give you a little secret, yeah? I'm gonna give you a little secret, which obviously White Rook doesn't know about. Are you ready for the ping, Mojo?
Alright.
You can climb with CS like this, by the way.
Yeah, it's been like that for the last 4 years. Is it still there?
No, it was changed because of the physics with Soapy Rocks. Yeah, with Soapy Rocks it wasn't that possible anymore, but now it's really possible. So why White Rook is crossing like this? I'm not sure, man. Ali, it's still close, yeah? Panzer Fury is pushing onto Itox, but he's gonna have Hacker in support in the meantime. So there's still some potential there, but it's only a 2v2 here, and so far Panzer Fury is winning. Soccer goes down, though.
Soccer was on one shot, if you remember, from the initial peaks.
Ooh, Fury also goes down. Now Invil's fully repushing the middle. Itox here looking to get one more shot. He has a damaged turret. He's using just his movement keys to try and get that shot.
That's painful, man.
Yeah, but he does get it, though. He does get it. And HP, it's not impossible, Mojo. It's not impossible. They do have Hacker on the hill again. Hacker did retake the hill, but, you know, number of the guns?
That CS is trying to do his damage from H2. He connected one on Piotrix and now on Rexa. But now we have like 6 tanks from Invil ready to push this hill against 3 guys from Tropical. Well, you can count that CS that he can do like 1 shot of damage from the water, but even they know that's not enough and they're gonna come closer. Now there is like going from around, they know that there are no numbers of Tropical that can cover the base also. So they're putting that CS in the back and he's gonna pump some serious pain in their butts.
Profus missing the shell there on towards Ketsai. Ketsai in return not missing whatsoever. Ketsai not taking the hill. But is this a mistake from Ketsai? No, there's 3 tanks taking the hill here. Profus is going to be the first focus. They don't have enough damage to actually stop Invil from taking this hill. So now Koma is going to have to react by pushing Panzer Fury again in the middle together with Panu. Hacker here trying to make a stand, trying to do what he can. Can he get a non-connection? No! All the tanks from Invil connecting. This looks like just like Ghost Town, Mojo. Yes, Invil. They barely have HP left. Like half of them are 1-shot or 2-shot. Basically all of them are 2-shot or 1-shot, but 6 guns left standing. They're gonna pick it up 4-2.
4-2, really decisive win for Invil in this, reading the intent from Tropical really well, immediately shifting their attention for the lower cap, and then some dubious moves coming in from Tropical, but forced because they were not prepared for this. Like they put all their cards that they will go for that brawl in the middle, and they didn't expect it's gonna happen. Like they did some drastic measures trying to cross, like sending 277 in that cooldown, but they had no one on island that can actually really reset, and that was a big problem. the loss of HP was really, really visible, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Mojo. I mean, that CS move there from White Rock. I remember from A4. I think with the when the rocks were more soapy, it wasn't that possible, Mojo. But I know now it's really possible again. So
I haven't tried it in million years, but that was one of the standard climbs before.
Yeah.
But
then with
even
the rocks, it was
if you
harder.
don't use the rocks, he could have still went around, man.
Yeah, or CrossFit too. I mean, not alone, you know. Like
Yeah, but like what I say, like he really took kind of a shortest route. He could have just went a bit around,
Yeah,
not
he
spotted,
took
you know,
he took
and
a
then
shortcut
go
to the
full
garage.
speed and maybe receive one shell, maybe two, not like everything.
He took a shortcut to the garage. It really sold out the game for them. For me, taking the damage, it's something they had to do because they had to get the reset. But I don't know if the White Rock call was like a team decision, or I mean, it's probably a team decision. He wouldn't be told to do this just by himself, right?
Well, it's going to remain a little mystery for us. Maybe Le Baguette will be able to answer that question better because the analysts are ready. So Kihen and Insane will give us some explanations now, I hope.
Well, certainly I hope we can provide those explanations, as those were a bunch of back and forth games, I think. Exciting to watch, maybe even more exciting to play, maybe a bit frustrating to play for some.
Well, as we expected, a lot of rounds were really close. Each team, they kind of know each other, especially Piotr with his teammates from Invil in the 15-15 section. At the end of the day, Invil is going to take the victory, they're going to advance, and they're going to be joining CSA for the finals of the upper bracket, as we can see. Tropical is going to drop in the loser bracket, and they're going to play against the other Polish teams a bit later to finish the stream. I think we can say Invil deserve to win that match. They played really solid, and they proved that they're really a strong team, if not one of the best for this tournament. But Tropical, good start, and then just losing 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, good start on Muro there. It really seemed like, yeah, Tropical was just mentally ahead. Maybe Piotr just knew what Invil was gonna do, but then all of a sudden it turned around in their faces. I mean, couple of close rounds coming out then, but Invil, it seemed to me like always they were able to keep their one-shots alive, and yeah, by that, you know, just keeping the guns in the game and just winning it by crossfire. Now for the matches 3 and 4 that we are going to see today, those are lower bracket matches. So far we saw the upper bracket where everything is best of 7, except for the finals, which are going to be best of 9. Lower bracket, there is no safety net anymore. If you win, if you lose a match now, you're out of the tournament. So for the 2 remaining matches, we're going to eliminate 2 of the teams here, and it's also going to be a best of 5. So not as much room for mistakes anymore. That's gonna be, yeah, a strain on the teams. But I hear the replays already, so let's delve into where it all went wrong, probably for Tropical.
So first off, we had Moravanka, the map that was picked by Invil. They went for the aggression straight, trying to cap on the base one, but as you could see, Tropical Cyclone, they had the reaction. They took over all of the forest side. They had some tanks also pressuring around the mid area, and they created all the crossfire they needed to just get the decaps. That was really well done by them. Later on, you could see that Invil, they kept on going for that base, they tried to force the cap, they even got a lucky hammer hack, but Tropical, they were just controlling from the start to the end this round, trading better than Invil, and Invil was just getting punished. They didn't find the response to that defense, so Tropical definitely deserved to win that one.
Yeah, it was crazy to see how fast the Invil tanks also dropped in HP in the upcoming round number 2.
Yeah.
Like, that was really crazy. I mean, that all-out push, normally you should be able to deal with it. Also, Ketsai, he should see that on the 3-4 line there's nothing coming, and then Burby in the Super Conk is pushed up so far, that should trigger all the warnings.
Indeed, from the side of Invil, you don't have any tanks like a 113 277, one of those heavies with that strong turret that could take the positions around F1, E1. They had Bachats, they had a Tihunda, so not the greatest lineup to actually deal against that base 1 aggression. They had a lineup which is pretty versatile, where you can just play around the forest side. And then you can see, they are trying to go for the picks, they're trying to go for the trades, but the lineup they have is light and tropical. They control, they establish the position. Look at that S-Kunk on that position right here, just above them, spreading the damage. And then you will have also the Bachat against the Tihunda. Bachat superior tank for the 1v1. So definitely tropical, taking the lead, playing stronger than Invil on Muro, and really deserving to win that round.
And yeah, that was round number 2 on the board for Tropical. And now we come to round number 3, which was sort of a weird one. I think good opening for Tropical, sort of. But yeah, they're missing some crucial shots on Ketsai here. Then they're sort of fanning out. Obviously, Invil trying to destroy the destructible buildings in the cap, taking a lot of HP for running away here. The E100 is completely out of the fight. Do you think they could have collapsed the C-line at that moment in time?
No, that was definitely a good play from the side of Invil, utilizing that light to actually get the information to punish that opening from Tropical. And as you could see, Tropical, they had good rotations in the middle of the game, but later on they were forced to actually push to finish the game. They were lacking sometimes, and Invil were there holding their lines to punish them, and they did that really well. That was a solid defense. Tropical could have played that better, definitely, but at the end of the day, Invil actually managed to pull off a really good third round, and that was like the starting point when they would just take back the control over that match.
Yeah, we see here round number 4 now, immediate commitment by Invil with all 3 277s onto the cap. Normally when you see a setup like this, right, double 113, double Vuzi, triple 277, that should suggest, like, that should scream 2 cap at that point in time.
Definitely.
And I think Tropical just not respecting the lineup that Invil is bringing.
Well, Tropical not reacting the greatest way, pretty slow on the rotation going around. You can see that Tihunda, that 113 from Hacker, Panuka. They were pretty late on the rotation, and Invil, they managed to cap, force them close, push off, get the crucial kills. You can see the HP was not even in their advantage at that point, but look at the amount of tanks they have. And then they just managed to get back on the cap, use that carcass of that dead tank, and they completely punished Tropical.
And here we can see, obviously, what I mentioned earlier, just Invil with the superior number of guns. Yes, they sort of have even HP, or had until like a moment or two ago, but really, Invil just creating the crossfires just everywhere. Now, that was a very interesting push here on mines. Invil just not ready at all to deal damage onto the 1-2 line cross, but their reaction to go on the hill was just so crazy fast then.
Yeah, well, what you say is right or wrong at the same time. You cannot too much focus on shooting that cross and making too much damage on that cross, because then you're out of position to make the actual important play, which is to repush the hill. So they made decent amount of damage on that cross, which is actually fine, and then they're utilizing the time those 1-3s need to kill Ketsai to actually repush off that hill. You can see how fast this is. This is clinical from the side of Invil. They are already on the hill as Ketsai goes down. That was perfect from the side of Invil. They're up on HP. They're gonna take control on the middle of the map, which is the most important position in the map, and they're just gonna take over the full control on that defense, finishing Tropical for that pretty standard push. They were ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see. And then, obviously, Koma, what does he even do anymore with the TVP on the 1-2 line? Like, I guess he was supposed to punish some K-line repush, I guess, but yeah, he didn't really do anything. Now, we see Tropical trying to decap. But yes, they do get the decap, but they also take a lot of damage in return. Holy crap.
Yeah, Invil straight forcing the cap. They're like, you have a lineup to fight the mid. We're not going to fight you on the mid. We're just going to go for the cap straight. We're going to work on something. We're going to force you to make good and fast reactions, rotations. And from the side of Tropical, you could see that pick from Larry. He was not ready to take all of that damage. Then later on, they managed to kill White Rock. They managed to group up back and repush that middle. That was really good from the side of Invil. But that was a huge misplay from the side of White Rock during that game. Kia, I don't know if you remember that CS that went over the nose. Probably some miscommunication from the side of Tropical. And Invil just using that misplay to their advantage, just killing the tanks, then grouping back on the middle, playing as a solid team, using one of the most important thing in the game, the overmatch, retaking the hill, and taking their victory over Tropical 4-2.
Yes, and thus also they're going to secure their place in the upper bracket finals, which is going to be the second game tomorrow, which coincidentally leads us to the next games happening today. It is the team which we saw already today, Fame, who dropped against CSA to the lower bracket. They're going to now face a Raid in a best of 5 in the lower bracket. What are your expectations for that one?
I have to be careful because I want to say Fame, but after their performance over the first match, I have doubts. I have to admit I have doubts. I mean, I had a sneak talk to them in between, and I realized that they were a bit mad about themselves, about their performance. And I think they're just gonna provide their best. They made mistakes, but they have to utilize those mistakes to be even stronger for the next match. They're playing Raid. I think this is a team that is less experienced than CSA. I really think that they have a great shot against Raid, but now it's do or die. If they lose, they're out, so they have to give their best tactic, their best plays.
Anyway, I think that's quite enough from us. So yeah, let's head over to Lovely Mojo and the guy who said he would need binoculars to see me perform well in advances. Well, maybe he wouldn't need those if he wasn't so far away from the action. So yeah, take it away.
I don't know, like this felt like a comeback, but it wasn't really one. I don't know what he's trying to say with this. Like, I don't play ID, so like, I mean, I'd give a comeback, but it's really not worth it. Once Kian comes up with something reasonable and meaningful and actually respectful, I'll try and come back, because that one, you're not even in the action. Like, I don't know. I basically decide where the action takes place, Kihan. You could learn from that. Anyways, yeah, Fame here in the lower bracket against Raid. If my memory is not wrong, wasn't Raid in the lower bracket last time around as well? Mojo, it's okay. Raid here with the lineup. No Smiley in that team though, but all German, except for Bunze, who wants to be special because he has dual nationality. He's really also German, but you know, wants to be a little special. Notable additions, I guess, is you know, Magnus and Faltastenkorn. I don't know how to say that name. Maybe if he gets an easier name, it will be easier to pronounce. Gacha, the team captain. I'm guessing either File, Baron, or Kalium is leading. I'm not 100% sure who's leading that team, because File is also an FC. So I'm guessing him and Kalium probably is my best guess. Then they'll be playing against the Fame team. We already talked about them in the first match. Notable names missing is Insane, who's finally too afraid of losing that he decided to become an analyst. Not even a caster, an analyst. But anyways, the Fame team there, Kaiser, the team captain, a team effort in leading. It didn't really work for them in the first match, but luckily enough for them, they have a second attempt here. And then matching up these two teams, Raid against Fame. Yeah, Insane already said it in the analysis. That Raid is less experienced and in general don't really perform that well in these 7v7 tournaments. Like their recent performance is not really, and even in other 7v7, it's not really, you know, all that great altogether. But then again, Fame without Insane leading them in 7v7. We saw how it went in the first match. We'll have to see how it goes in the second one for them. Now, map picks and bans. Muro being banned by Fame. Himmels being banned by Raid. Mines being the first map. We did see Fame not play Mines that badly. But, you know, some bad rotations costing them in both those rounds. Then Ghost Town. No Tundra. Then no Cliff either, no Proco either, and Steps tiebreaker. Obviously, these matches are no longer best of 7; they are best of 5. As I go on the monologue of my life, Kihan would love to have a monologue like this, so you can just talk about how great of a World of Tanks player he used to be, but no longer is. Anyways, I'll just continue my monologue for a while and see how that goes. Mojo seems to be a guy that moves his lips but isn't able to talk. It's a special kind of belly speaker, however they call that in English. Between these two, I think I saw the predictions. I think most of us are going with Fame, actually, because yes, in the first match there was a lot of bad stuff that could be fixed quite easily, though. It's not like they made really major mistakes, but a few fixes here and there could turn this game around. Mainz, however, if they lose it 2-0 again, they will be on match point that they have to play against, which is not something that any team likes to do anywhere, any and ever. So yeah, best of 5 makes things a lot more spicy. You lose one map, that's match point immediately. As long as you're not playing against Tropical, which cannot close a match point, this is something you have to be worried about at any given point in time. Yeah, what just said, Fame and Raid are gonna play, which is absolutely correct, and that's a good point. Yeah, between these two, I think the community mainly will be going with the side of Fame as well. I'm spying on the community prediction right now, which is currently 88% for the side of Fame and 12% for the side of Raid on the prediction, which will still be running by the time you will be seeing this on stream, so in about 10 minutes, because there's 14 minutes left in it. And now I'm spying the predictions between these two. Mojo predicting 3-1 for Fame, me predicting 3-1 for Fame, and saying not filling out his prediction because, why would an analyst predict what score it's going to be? And then Kihan also going with 3-1 for Fame. So it seems like the side of the cast as an analyst.
All right. Yeah. Can you hear me, Ducky, on the stream? Is the question.
Insane also said that he voted 4-2 for Fame, which is impossible because it's best of 5. Mm-hmm. But all things together. Hey, Kihan.
Hello. I mean, you can't see me right now, but
that's a good thing.
How you doing, my man? So yeah, I went with a 3-1 for Fame, I believe. How do you feel about that prediction?
I think you just copied mine, to be honest.
I was the first one to put it into the sheet, so I don't think that's the case. But yeah, here we go. First map seems to be Mainz here, in between both of those two teams. And yeah, what Fame showed so far against CSA wasn't really convincing, I believe. But yeah, I see actually all 4 talents going with Fame here, so all of us are believers.
Yeah, we are all believers, apparently. In the side of Fame, but the mindset Fame played, Kihan, it was not that bad. It was I mean, there were some major mistakes, but it's simple stuff to fix, really, if you think about it. Like, it's stuff that can be quickly repaired. But lineups, Kihan, 4 113s for the side of Fame and Escont and double CS, while Raid has triple Escont, a VZ, and triple CS as well. Both these teams could go middle.
It seems like they want to go, but then again, depending on spawns, you might have to still switch that one up. We're gonna see what happens, and indeed Raid not going to the middle, sending double CS immediately down towards that 1-2 line. Katya with the 3rd CS in backup. They want to counter some sort of 1-2 line push, but it doesn't seem to be happening, as double CS from Fame is already getting sent to the east.
Yeah, and Fame starting off the same as we saw them do in the other game, where it's double CS waiting on the 7-8 line, and the heavies going towards the middle, and when there is no hill push, those CSs simply take the hill. It seems like they are doing the exact same thing as they did before, Kihan. But this time around, Niall said, Kaizu, you can't play the Super Conk anymore. You're bad. Out. I play it now. I'll show you how it's done.
You mean it's like simple saying, I play AWP. I don't care. Alright, so yeah, Kalium with the Super Conk obviously there to also proxy the hill, which worked. Dragos is spotted here, Bunze in the back already, and I think we're gonna see some sort of 8-line push with the
I'm on Discord.
Here.
Last time around they did this. They were just baiting Keyhand. They were just baiting. They basically put 113 onto the cap, and then had the other ones waiting. And if they get the tank under the hill, but this time around there's already a tank there though, so maybe they'll go for the straight push actually, Kian.
Yeah, the choo-choo train is being formed on the 8 lane. You can see it on the mini-map right now. The purple tanks advancing. It will all depend how soon they get spotted, and Elian actually immediately lit, taking 2 shots for his troubles. Kalium so far still full HP under the hill. Feli taking another shot here. This is starting to get costly for Fame.
Yeah, costly, but how much can they do back towards Kalium? Kalium's not a 277, unlike the tank from CSA that we saw run under the hill. There's not going to be any running for Kalium here, but Fame does need to make those connections happen. They do need to get Kalium down and out as fast as they can. He's still alive, and the blow up on towards Gaizu from Ricochet, and here come the raid tanks. They're actually pushing down. This could be a mistake, but Feli gets picked up in return. Very fast as well, and now Shock is trying to run, trying to hide, trying to get behind a building, but he will not make it that far, as Kalium is still alive, picks up Shockish there under the hill, and now all of the raid tanks are stuck under the hill, but there's only 4 tanks left standing here from Fame. Elian's position, though, is very good. Rishek making a crucial kill towards Bunze, and now Elian trying to stay alive. Ooh, turns his tank and takes 1 more for his trouble. Senf pushing forward in his S-Cook. Rishek watching from above, though. And this is maybe not that bad for Fame if Elian can stay alive for long enough.
Yeah, the question is how long can Elian actually stay alive? I mean, yeah, he's a 113, so side scraping is an option, but lucky pen rolls into the upper plate might actually do it here, especially since Katya should have side shots, or if one of the CSs actually decides to wide peek him there to take a shot from Dragos and then do it for it. Here, Rishek trying to peek from the hill, needs to be careful not to drop, does finish Katya off, so now it's a 3v5. Raid, however, still with a 700 HP lead. And they're re-pushing the hill even, I think.
But Elian picks up Kalium in the meantime. A risky peek, but a worthwhile peek. Ricochet not connecting on towards Dragos. Dragos now moving towards Ricochet. Can Dragos get a connection here on towards Ricochet? That's an important factor. Rishek still overwatching Elian because he knows he needs to cover him. It's a 3v4. Becomes doable now. Becomes playable. Becomes achievable for the side of Fame. Rishek, man, what a performance so far. Picks up another shot there on towards Senf this time. Elian needs to stay alive. He's the crucial factor here. He does take 1 from Ricochet. In return, though, with Rishek here, the playmaker so far this game.
Yeah, Rishek, he's gonna try to get unlit and go around the hill now to provide crossfire onto Ricochet, but little does he know the second CS is actually waiting there as well with 1000 HP. Dragos now finding out, putting in 1 shot into Alexandros, who doesn't retaliate in turn, and now Rishek can put in another shot here, going above 3k damage, but dropping down to a 1-shot is Alexandros. Now Rishek, they need to make the play here, as Elian in the meantime got picked up by the S-Kongs. Now it's only about the CSs, but at the moment Raid still with the HP advantage.
Yeah, but think about it though. Ricochet here is going to go down in a second. He does, and now the game becomes playable for Fame. It's a 2v2. There's only like 100 HP between the two, and they have the hill Kihan. They can make it so there's no rotation possibility for the side of Raid towards 1-2 line. When you do this, you can go cap base number 2. It's possible. Why not?
It is indeed possible, and also notable is that Rishek, yes, he is a 1-shot, so all the HP is on Dragos, so it's basically going to be on him to make the plays, and Rishek, he needs to connect those crucial shots. Also, what's notable is that both raid tanks are still on a 2-shot. Yes, Old King's 481, but you would need an exceptional roll to finish that in 1 shot.
Anything is possible in both tanks, Kihan.
Anything and everything, even blow-ups in Steel Hunter tournaments.
Rishek, yeah, okay, Kihan. Alright, it's not my fault that airstrikes are, I'm not gonna say it because it's TOS. It's eco-friendly, Kihan.
I mean, they get rid of tanks which pollute the environment, so.
I'll send you my bank account, Kihan. You can send me the missing money.
Alright, but let's focus back on the game here. Rishek now is making a 1-line play here. Old Kings is getting sent towards the western part of the defender's spawn here, and he's not getting spotted for it.
That's because Dragos isn't spotting right now.
Yeah, that is actually a huge factor here, because if Rishek suddenly gets to proxy the Super Conk and Dragos cannot support, then that's going to be very, very difficult.
But Senf is in trouble. Senf is in trouble because Rishek has an angle towards him. But if Rishek doesn't set safe from Old Kings will probably peek out and try and shoot towards Rishek. That's a thing that you got to keep into account. Yes, he's a 2-shot. But he has the possibility to make one peek and maybe kill Rishek. Senf now, does he take a shot from Rishek? He does. Rishek now going behind the rock, knows that he needs to sit safe. Senf is now running. Can Rishek pick it up? Can Rishek pick it up? He does! Rishek with another major play. 4 kills now for this man. Over 4k damage. Literally taking the Fame team on his back, carrying them. Ooh, but Old Kings picks up Dragos. Old Kings picks up Rishek. In return, he didn't know that he crossed, so Rishek kind of ran into him. But it's a 1v1. Dragos is a 3-shot, 2-shot to HE, but you don't load HE here because you can't reliably pen the CS. Dragos just needs to connect 2 shells.
Yeah, and Old Kings,
Repair
he
kits will
doesn't
be
know where
available.
Dragos is, so Dragos, he's going to get close now, and now he's going to press X to have the better, basically, stabilization for his gun, and I think he's going to meet Old Kings with his back facing to him, if Old Kings hasn't gone further, as he does. Now Dragos just needs to get the jump, and now he needs to not get blown up. Old Kings not even connecting the shot here, so yeah, Dragos, after Rishek carrying Fame, it's going to be a Dragos to finish it off, and Ducky, I hope Mojo is back to go over this one with you.
Hello, greeting Earthlings. I hope this is working now because I know I practiced some voodoo to chase away the gremlins from my computer and whatever was happening. And anyways, I've seen the Drama Llama ending of this game, but I hope you can tell me what happened in a start to even get there because I missed that. I just saw like when Ilian died, he didn't pen a shell and then a fight on a hill.
Yeah, I think this raid repush, it was good up until a certain extent, where the factor is that they left Ilian alive and that they had no crossfire anymore whatsoever. And Rishek, Dragos, Ilian, and Nile. Yeah, I mean, Dragos also did 4.2k. We were mainly watching Rishek, but those 3 guys, which were the last 3 surviving tanks for the side of Fame, picked up 7 kills.
I thought they were going to actually lose it when the CS is closed, because like Ilian even didn't pen that last shell, unfortunately for him. And those guys really masterfully carried it out, man. Like Rishek, especially, like when he was coming close to that edge to control. But I don't understand, like, why did the CSs from the raid so hesitate so much in that moment? Like, they were just taking damage. Like, you either push or you don't. And plus, on to top it off, like, they were defending. They didn't have to do much.
If Ricochet and his buddy, Alex, actually ran away and reset the fight, I don't think Fame comes back in this one.
Yeah, I don't know how would they do it, man. The Ilian was stuck. He had nowhere to go. You had Heavies controlling that, and if you have the CSs just in a backline, what do you do as Fame? You don't really have the HP to push them. But whatever. This is why these tournaments can get so interesting, because people do make mistakes. They must make mistakes, and that's what makes it interesting for us to watch. So 1-0 for Fame, maybe a bit unexpected in one part of the game, but still deserved. And good start for them in the lower bracket. Lower bracket is played best of 5, guys. So that means who comes first to the 3 games. Duck is gonna let me do some monologue here to chill and to pay me back for everything.
I was just reading Twitch chat. And Mojo, I read your new nickname. Somebody said your new nickname is still _frozen, but you already have still in it. So I think it's just frozen_Mojo from now on instead of still, because I mean,
that sounds like a fairy tale, man.
I can sit pretty still, dude, but not that still as you were in the pre-match screen. That was impressive.
That was probably when I hit an Alt F4 to reset my PC.
Yeah, I think so. I
guess it helped.
Either that or you've been meditating a lot recently.
That too, man. Anyways, Fame versus Raid, the second game is on. Fame will be defending now. I don't know, last time it didn't work out that well for them, but that was against CSA. We will see what will they do in this game. I haven't seen the entire game from the very start, from the get-go, so how was the opening?
They did the same thing, the same opening as against CSA. 2 CSs around the hill for if you push the hill, the rest kind of going towards the middle, then the CSs take the hill, and the 113s push the 8 line.
Okay.
But they were pushing onto an S-Con.
A mouse?
A mouse? I didn't pay attention.
I saw a mouse. Raid has a mouse.
Yeah, they were pushing onto an S-Kong under the hill, and before they even killed the S-Kong, they got repushed. So.
Wow. Anyways, like that was a mouse. I'm pretty sure I saw it. Not the teensy weensy one, but the big one from the tanks.
You use a lot of those in Kazna.
Mouses?
Yeah,
Teensy Weensy ones or the ones in text?
the big one.
I actually think most of the guys don't have it, unfortunately. Joking. They have like almost all tanks. Anyways, haven't seen those played in a while, to be honest, on any tournament. Even on 15 on 15, I don't think I've seen it in a single game. Like when you see that, you usually think about capping maneuvers that someone wants to do. But okay, this is an amazing battle result that we see now. Totally.
Just for the tanks, it's for the lineups. So we have the T100, the mouse, the 113s, the S-Kongs. Looks like a water play, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Sacrificial mouse to the gods of the game.
I don't know. Like,
but if you want to sacrifice a tank, you don't have to sacrifice it in a water, you know that. Yourself, you can do it on other side.
Yeah, but okay.
113s, it looks more like water with this.
It could be, I mean, it could be mouse on the cap with T100 on the side of it. You're committing 2 tanks for this cap play, though, if you want to do it that way. You know, where the 113 of Alien was camping on the corner of the house, you could put a mouse there, you could fully shield the T100, and then you play basically the rest of the tanks on the hill. But even then, T100 is not the right tank to put behind the building, because if you shield with a mouse, you might as well put a 113 or something there, because if somebody crosses over, you want to be able to 1v1 the tank.
We've seen it done, if you remember, on one tournament. I think Tropical or someone like that was doing it. They had like K91 and Foch. That actually almost worked. I was like this close to working. With a mouse, I don't know, like lower cap with 113s looks like a more logical option. But would you want to do logical in a game like this?
I mean, I'm just thinking what the mouse is good for, and the only thing I see is for it to drive on the cap, to be honest. So.
Well, there is only one more thing you can do with it. Like you can take the hill, and then like when you want to pressure with 113 somewhere, you can charge it downhill.
You know,
behind that rock.
The T100 doesn't make sense if you want to play with the cap for the mouse. Like the T100 doesn't make sense because you don't put a T100 behind the mouse, and if you're just shielding with the mouse on the water cap, then you don't need a T100 because you're just playing fully for the cap. And if you're playing on the other side, the T100 doesn't make sense either. Because you're playing all.
They don't have to play the cap. That's what I'm trying to say.
Then why would you pick a mouse?
I don't know, man. Maybe they wanna charge it down the hill and put it behind the rock and make a crossfire when they push with 113s, something like that.
I mean, this lineup, Fame can take the hill straight on defense.
Straight now, yes.
Raid will never be able to repush the middle, so.
And they should take the hill.
That almost means only water is available.
Oh please, gods of tanks, let us see the game. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm right. The mouse is gonna shield, but the T100 doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add anything. Like, it simply doesn't add anything for the strat, honestly.
Like, I mean, he's spotting
and how much damage did they do on the cross?
Nothing.
Exactly. So what does the T100 add over another CS? Nothing. It's such a useless tank. I'm sorry.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 113 holding the A4, and that's it.
It doesn't make sense, Mojo. Like, it literally doesn't make sense.
Okay, Kalion started to take already some damage. I don't see how they plan to cap actually with this.
I mean, I guess you have to make a full shield with the mouse, no?
But that's like just sacrificing one tank, plus you have a light.
Yeah, that's why I don't get
and when the enemy jumps you, you are still down then. You're still in a problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, everything else doesn't make sense, Mojo, so...
Well, okay. We kind of guessed that something like this will be happening, but maybe we will see the reasoning behind it. But I don't like the strats, especially 7-on-7, when you sacrifice one entire tank to do something like a gimmick job like capping, because that leaves you...
back.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a T100 going behind the mouse. Alright, sure. Fine. Makes a little bit of sense, I guess.
This is insane. They're just taking damage everywhere, man.
Okay, T100 behind the mouse. Fine. I get it now. So that's the reason why Old Kings also had to take 800 damage before that even began. And Bunze, 751, and Sems, 454, Sems 1037, Sems 2051. Oh God, I can't lie. I can't do anything but laugh about it, Mojo. I'm sorry. Sometimes teams bring out something and it makes very little sense, and this is one of those moments.
I can understand the desire because when you play games and you're good at one format, as example, these guys are excellent in 15 on 15 format, they might overplay themselves and try to invent something like called like a wheel or hot water, you know. But these things have been tried
I don't really
many
like how
times
Kaizu is
by way
speaking for
better
free.
setups.
I like how he's just killing the T100 for free because there's nobody cross-riding his position
No one.
because they don't have 1-2, and they don't have anybody peeking from the rocks.
I mean, this is just like hunting, channel, live. Fishing, more like it, since they're in water.
Yeah.
And
But
there
you-
goes one more.
Yeah.
Intense.
There's not much to say about this. It just failed from the beginning. I'm sorry. Mojo, do you want to play EXO in the meantime?
Is Katya shooting the red line while turning the S
I
to the
think
enemy?
so. I think so, Mojo.
Oh,
Mojo, do
wow.
you want to play EXO, you know, whatever it's called? We have to get like 3 on a kind?
You know, that's a permanent draw.
Yeah, I know.
Well, let's just watch them die for a little bit more. 5,000 HP to go, that's not that much, especially since they gave up. Okay, this is a gimmick that will not work. So next game, 2-0 for Fame against Raid. This is a best of 5, not a best of 7 like the matches in upper bracket. This is immediate lower bracket. Why is it so, even without playing? You are probably wondering. This is because of the tournament format. So the guys, all of the guys you've seen here, played group stage before. That were obviously not casted, and there were 8 teams back then. 2 teams fell out, and the bottom, 1 team from each, like the third team from each group, ended up immediately in the lower bracket, while the top 4 teams, like top 2 from each group, ended up playing the upper bracket, the matches that we've seen so far. So they are waiting in a lower bracket, and so is one more team. The 6th team would be Pozdro. Yeah.
I'm just so sad
Pozdro
that
Počić.
my homie Fabian didn't make it to the playoffs. Unlucky.
Yeah, the German team, right?
Yeah.
That was where the Glorious 7, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, you always try and give like the benefit of the doubt when you see a strat from a team, but sometimes they do something and it makes, and you
No
see
sense.
it and it doesn't make sense, and you're willing to give it a shot, in the beginning, and then you watch it and it just
It's just like,
gets owned.
sadly, like if you want to play mines like this, especially in 7-on-7, the strats haven't changed that far away from the old Gold League. Like there is plenty of ideas there that can be taken. The map didn't change itself, other that you cannot do climbs, so you just watch the periods without the climbs. The only thing that changed that much is like you have CS now, as example, that you didn't have before. That's about that. Anyways, 2-0 for Fame.
Match
That
point.
leaves us on a match point for Fame. My prediction was 3-1 for Fame. But
So was mine, and so was literally everybody else's.
really? Oh
Yeah.
dear. So we will
just-
see.
Just like with Kihan's casting, there's no originality, no creativity, and he's just looking back at me to see what I did before and copy it. It's just like stealing somebody's homework, yeah? You wouldn't download a car, would you, Mojo? Remember those old commercials? Huh? You wouldn't download this, you wouldn't download that, like those really old ones. And Kihan's never watched that one.
Bro, I'm such a boomer that I'm the pre-internet time. Don't talk to me about that.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about.
Quite. Anyways,
Yeah.
back to Ghost Town. Put Keyhand alone.
No, I don't think I will. He was mean to me when we
Leave
transitioned.
Keyhand alone.
No, I don't think I will. I'll think about it though. 2-page apology letter from Kihan to why he'll never be mean to me again, and I'll only say nice things about him. And not too much, and not too big white pages, White, yeah. Anyways, Ghost Town. Raid.
Well,
Let me see
they will be attacking, so it's all pretty much in their hands. Like we know that Fame doesn't have to charge up anything; they can just take their positions and wait for them, and maybe based on setup of Raid, just preemptively deal with one of the caps, send
What-
most of the tanks there. But
I just
Will
have a
Raid-
genius strat for Raid, Mojo.
What's
Instead of
a
one
genius?
mouse, instead of one mouse, they pick 6 mouses.
Alrighty.
And you form them in a little box. Yeah.
You know, I've seen that strat before.
Yeah, you put them in a little box. Yeah, and you put the T100 in between it. And I know that they can push the mouses away, but you use the other 2 mouses on the other cap. So then they're going to that cap first because they're like, oh look, they're attacking cap number 2. But in reality, you're attacking cap number 1. And then they get fully bamboozled because nobody expects that. Nobody.
Oh wow, we're so uniform. Insane is the only one with the fate. The trade can take 2 rounds.
I thought he wrote 3-1 on the sheet. Yeah, he did write 3-1 on the sheet.
Someone's playing around with pictures. Anyways, let's see the raid setup. That's gonna tell us a lot about their mentality and how they wanna go in this battle. I hope they have left some fighting spirit left after the previous game where they just gave up halfway because they were simply locked up in that one-way tactics, and that we will see some kind of fight in this game because I sadly missed the first game. I haven't seen much of it yet.
Oh, no, Ivan. No mouse, sorry.
Leopard on Fame side, that's interesting. I haven't seen that in Ghost Run in a long time because you really carefully need to play the corners with it to get the angles. On other hand, like super heavy setup of raid, 2 113s, 2 Bs, 2 E100s, and 1 super conk. So not a big flanking potential other than those 2 Bs that will be waiting to charge up some alley. And they're already actually going aggressive toward the 1 cap, probably to prevent anyone from going to the 0 line.
Dragos and the Leo, no surprise. It's like an E50 without armor. The closer to the red line, the happier he is.
I heard him say like on stream that every tank except E50 is trash.
It wouldn't surprise me. Anyways, here comes a big raid push on towards the tanks of Fame, and you can already see Ricochet on 10 HP. The 50Bs are going to be flanking though here, but in the meantime, Kacha is down 1.3 as well. Now the 50Bs are coming in, and Raid has dropped about 3000 HP in very quick succession. Now Kaizu is barely alive, Feely being the good teammate that he is actually shielding. Nile is just happily padding away as Dragos is now coming in with his Leo, and I think he might be even shooting some HE at those 50Bs. Skacha is down towards a one-shot. Kaizu is now reloaded, doing the damage on towards Kalium. Dragos coming in with the Leo now as well. Kacha goes down. Senf is going to be the next one to follow. 50B is off reload. Visha coming in as well, soon to be off reload. Raid is now down 3 tanks. Raid is now about to be down 4 tanks as Alex is also on towards a one-shot. That's in the pickup for Elian. Now Kalium does get one called Feely on the way out, and Old Kings might get Kaizu as well before this game is about to come to an end. No, he is shooting on towards Nile, as Nile's now going to pick up Old Kings. That leaves Bunza as the last one standing, and yeah, that is how to speedrun any percent the WoT7 tournament.
It was just like, I don't know what to do. We're just gonna push in a pincer attack and hope for the best. And Faye was like, okay, thank you, come again. There is not much to say about this game, guys. Like, it was literally a one-sided push
Good read
from Raid. They just tried to get there. Took so much damage, you saw in a start, that was insane.
I think there were 6 tanks from Fame aiming on this mojo, so they did have a good read on what Raid might possibly be doing, right?
It does look like that. They completely ignored the 2 Bs in the start, but this is really okay since you're doing so much damage to the crossing tail. Ricochet paid a heavy price in the start, man. After first salvo, he was on like 10 HP as far as I remember.
At least he didn't have to pay for ammo.
And then Katya the next and so on. So not a really great show of Raid on this tournament, like passing all the qualifying stages, the group stage and everything, to end up like decimated like this. It's not really fun. But that's what you get, man. Everyone gets what they deserve at the end of the day.
Yeah. It's a shame that we can't see more from Raid. Maybe they were just warming up.
That sounded so wrong.
Huh? How? I mean, to be honest, Mojo, I think the best people to hear from this are our analysts, because these strats look like they were made by Kihan, to be honest.
All right, and here we are at the analysts or casters table. I don't know at this point. But yeah, that was a rather short best of 5 that we just witnessed here. Insane.
Well, that's what I like to see from Fame, to be fair. From the other side, that was pretty disappointing from the side of Raid. That was completely one-sided. Fame just completely dominating. So they're going to move in the loser brackets, and they're going to be facing the winner of the next match. That's good stuff from them. That's what we wanted to see. Maybe, after all, the loss they got earlier was actually useful for them to get a mental reset and actually play much better like they proved. But at the same time, we have to admit that it was a very poor performance from the side of Raid.
Indeed. And now we're gonna watch match 4 in between Pozdro Pochvic. I actually hit up Sigon earlier today for him to tell me how to actually pronounce it. The Yellow Bananas, as you say, against Tropical, the team we saw do well on Muro against Invil, but then it all started falling apart and they went 2-4 against the Polish squad, and so yeah, whoever one of those is gonna take the W in match 4 is gonna be the one facing Fame in the first match tomorrow. So yeah, what are your thoughts on that one?
That's hard to say, because this Polish team is really not bad. They already proved in the qualifier group stage that they always have a shot, whatever the team they're gonna play against. And Tropical, they had a good start. Then four rounds lost in a row. That's going to be hard. They have to make as Fame that mental reset and to be capable of playing well during that match. And they have a team that is like fully ready, that watched them play already. So it's going to be hard.
Yeah, I hear the replays already. So I wonder if there's going to be a lot to talk about. Probably most around round 1, actually, since that one was the closest one. And yeah, here indeed we do see the initial 8-line push coming in by Fame with the quadruple 113, but not really finding that much success.
To be fair, there's a perfect reaction from the side of Raid, which was to basically take all their tanks, push into those 1-on-3s, and finish them off. There's a huge mistake though. From the side of Raid, they didn't keep a single tank in their base for the crossfire purpose. There is literally no one. They pushed with everything. They had a great overmatch that worked, they were good on HP, but afterwards they were just stuck under that hill, and the decision making and the trading became so bad from their side. So you could see, for example, Rishek having an amazing and outstanding performance, and in the end, Dragosh in a 1v1 situation against Allking to finish that round off for Fame. That was like kind of a clutch round, to be fair.
Yeah, Daki obviously turning into a Rishek fanboy during all of it, and to be honest, yeah, Rishek just had an amazing performance. And then on we go to round number 2, and when you see a mouse, it's always going to be some gimmick strat, and yeah, let's just say it didn't work at all.
Well, Raid, you're playing against Fame, you're playing against an experienced team that knows how to deal with this, especially when they have a T-Hunda that is just here to cross to the 1-2 lines for free at the start of the game. That tactic could never work. You could see Fame completely dominating, just finishing them right and left. That's not barely close. Also, you could say, why not this cap tactic? But then you need to actually keep the HPs on all the tanks. But you could see Raid everywhere losing HP out of nowhere. So that was just basically Fame having a great time and Raid having a horrible time. You could even see, I think Kacha at the end just watching the sky and shooting, like, he looked almost depressed.
Yeah, he looked defeated at the end of that round, but he wasn't yet, really, right? It was just a 2-0 scoreline. Yes, it's a best of 5. Yes, it's Fame on a match point after one map already, but yeah, then this happened, and Ricochet, normally those E100s, they're meaty, they're supposed to take a beating, but he doesn't even get to go across. I watched the post-battle results, he didn't even bounce a single shot, and yeah, Fame, I mean, yeah, they had a lot of clip tanks reloading after this, but yeah, they have double super conk being pushed on full HP, and they can just work the DPM.
So yeah, you want to see Hyundais to take the damage, they have a lot of HP, they're really meaty, but at the end of the day, Fame, they are making so much damage on that initial push that it's legit over after, what, 30 seconds? Because yeah, of course, you're gonna have the 50Bs coming from the side of Raid clipping, but then it's gonna be the opposite. The Fame tanks are gonna be reloaded, those Raid tanks are reloading themselves, and Fame just full control, they read the lineup, they played over it, they are punishing that initial move from those Raid tanks, and they are taking a convincingly win over that team. That was great. That was pretty bad from Raid, but that was also really great from Fame.
And yeah, thus we wrap up that match. It was a pretty fast one, 3-0, and yeah, the only match or the only game amongst those that was really close was the first one where Lishek and Dragos did a tag team carry in their CS tanks on mines, and thus we are already left with sending our greetings to the caster's desk, where we'll be heading next.
I think Kihan has given up, Mojo, on being mean. I think he's finally admitted defeat because he didn't say anything.
He doesn't have mean in his nature. That would be counterproductive, man.
You've never heard him after 5 beers, Mojo. He said some mean things to me when we were playing in a platoon. It wasn't very nice. He even tried to draw me once.
That must have been in very private. I never seen him, even after 5 beers, say anything wrong to anyone. But anyways, that's enough about Key. We are moving to the next and final match of the day. Tropical Cyclone and Pozdro Pochvo's team. We haven't seen the Banana team yet. They are still made out of the bunch of Polish players, as you can see, mainly being from like Pure, Evra, Tripix, and so on. But I haven't seen them play yet. They passed the qualifiers, they passed the group stage, they took a lot of rounds from some really decent teams, but we haven't seen them play. Also, on the other hand, like Tropical are the guys who played last couple of tournaments, and they already played one close match in a previous round, which goes for them. So they're kind of warmed up for this.
Yeah, they are indeed kind of warmed up. Tropical didn't have the worst performance against Invil. There was a lot of close rounds. They started off well 2-0. Then there was a lot of rounds that could have gone either way. Sadly for them, did not go their way. But they didn't, it wasn't like they got absolutely dominated by Invil. They were on par in a lot of rounds, and they even did a good start as well on Muro. So, I mean, I'm still going to be favoring them.
Yeah, I'm going to be favoring them in this for sure, because they're more known guys to us. If Pozdro comes out like victorious here, they're going to literally be like a dark horse. But we will see like what is their potential after the first map picked will be Steps, and it's picked by Tropical. It's not a map we've seen yet today.
No, we have not seen Steps yet. And then following it up into Himmelsurf with the tiebreaker being Mines.
We're going to remind everyone, this is again best of 5, because this is the second game in a lower bracket. So the lower bracket games are played in this best of 5 and not best of 7 like the upper ones. Anyways, Steps and Himmelsurf will be the first 2 maps watching. We never saw Prohorovka also today. Like, it was constantly banned.
Yeah, nobody.
Why is it so lucky?
I think it's just kind of a hard map to defend on. I mean, I think in general you want to take maps where you think that you can take a 2-0 on. And I think Proco is one of those maps where in a lot of cases you're going to be into a 1-1 scenario, which is not really something you want, because the defending on it is kind of hard because of the fact that on defense you can't really push over the hill. So that really puts you on your side of the map, like your half. And if they do get control over the east, it's kind of hard to hold that cap because you need to over peak and you come into the slow game. So maybe that's why.
Well, first map we'll be watching is Steps. It's kind of notorious for being a camping map, at least on 15-on-15, but on 7-on-7 format it does leave a bit more opportunities since you have like 2 caps. Will a team have, like as example, attacking here a light or not? What kind of setup will they have? Like, will they play more cooldown tanks or fast tanks to rush the cap? That's gonna be interesting to see in a start. The first attacker will be Tropical, who actually picked this map, and the first defender will be Pozdro team.
Steps. I expect to see a lot of S-Kungs on defense.
Yeah, I guess like usually it's 2 to 3, but the remaining tanks can be varying quite a lot. Like you can have between Bachats, Kranwagens, I7s, things like that. But let us see. Attacking team.
5 on the teams, Kran and STRV. Obviously the names are switched around. Pozdro is on the left, Tropical is on the right.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, Pozdro has triple S-Kung, double Bat, a Kran, and a 113.
But on other side, like if the guys from Tropical have like 5 113s, this is usually straightforward 2 cap push. Like you
Yeah,
cannot play 1 cap with
You
this.
don't have anything to put in number 1 cap even.
So like the Pozro team should be well aware of that, and they should be focusing most of their tanks toward that side, which is the case here because they shifted one Kranwagen though on the other side. That's actually quite surprising for me.
Let's see if they can do some initial damage here. Hacker is going to be the one feeling it. He takes 1. I think Virwi also be taking 1. Koma is going to be covering in the Kran. And the 113 push is not about to end. Are they just going to push 9 line? Are they like not going to care and just push 9 line to get it? There is double Bacha there.
That would be kind of suicidal because this corner is horrendous. If you have tanks on A8 behind the bushes and the tanks in cooldown here, you're really opening yourself for the really worst kind of scenario. 5 113s with no cooldown whatsoever that need a target right in front of them so they can actually properly fight.
Well, it does look like the 113s do just want to push 0 line. Those Bachats are getting those free shells out on towards those 113s, and the
What is
longer they wait,
this?
the more they bleed, the more damage they take. The Kran in the meantime also rotating over. And now, what is the plan here for the side of Tropical?
Are they trying to make the Bachats like clip out, maybe bounce shells and then push? Like, because that's the only thing that makes sense. Everything else here is a nonsense at the moment. Because if they stop now, and there you go, Kubas is already reloaded. He has a next clip. Virwi is just taking damage for free. This is kind of scenario that we've seen. Like, why are you doing this?
Koma and the Kran is going to be going on the camp. He takes 2 shots for his trouble. Still, Conrad's going to be looking over that, and it's 4,000 HP difference.
Are you guys underestimating your enemy that much?
Nice shot from Conrad.
Like, these guys are not here just for looks. And they're proving it. Like, Conrad is actually owning Koma in that Kranwagen.
Yeah, and Koma's taking damage from the side as well, as Orchak there picks it up. That's now 6 tanks standing for Tropical. And yeah, I wish I could tell you what just happened, but
I have no freaking idea what was the plan here. Like, if you wanna push, push. If you don't wanna push,
don't
play the
push.
cap. I mean, what was this? Whatever. What we know is that this round is deeply in the favor of the defender. Pozdro guys told them hello. Pozdro means hi, by the way. But I have no idea, is in Polish the same thing though. I can't remember that. And well, they send them their greetings, and now we are waiting for the conclusion of this round because Tropical doesn't have many choices left here. They can try to cap. It will not work, we can say that already. They can try to push, that's gonna be even worse. Itox on his STRV is on 800 HP, the guy who's supposed to be not spotted in the back. So he transformed himself like down, so he can maybe do blind shots on Bachat and so on. But the guys are tanking even more damage.
And Itox is connecting some shells, but they just go back now.
Yeah, they don't give a damn. Like, they have the one more player here. As a defender, you have an 8th player by default. Time is on your side.
There is nothing on the side of Tropical right now, which I can see them do that will recover this game. To be honest, there's no opening.
Technically, you can see that Pozdro guys are a bit stiff, because even with this overwhelming advantage in HP, they are not looking to close the round. They're waiting for time to end it, which is fine move. It's okay, but they still have those Bachats that they can play around with. But I guess they are prone to waiting for another 3 minutes, and Tropical are the guys who have to move
Hey,
anyways.
I saw this already before from Tropical. This looks like the beginning of the game where they decided to stop.
Exactly, it's the beginning of the end.
And now are deciding to do the same thing yet again. White Rock here is going to be the first man to push in, but Hacker is going to be the first one to fall as Orchak picks it up. Here, KPRK is now the next one to get focused on the side of Pozdro, but even if he goes down towards the side of Panu, Panu is now in no man's land, surrounded, isolated, and completely out in the middle of nowhere. As Orchak, when he comes off reload, might be the one picking it up, but no, it's going to be Yosi as Smiley here is farming away some some damage, you know, trying to stack up the numbers just a little bit so it doesn't seem that bad. He is going to be going down, and then just leaves Itox in the SDRV, standing as he is going to be picked up by Ted in the Super Conqueror, and that was what we call an easy peasy lemon squeezy pickup for the side of Postro.
That was like one of the more awkward rounds we've seen on this tournament yet after the Mines one, which is hard to achieve. Anyways, hesitation in the final moment of the push and then doing nothing except receiving the damage. This is literally the only thing that marked this game. After that, it was just like a whole lot of just receiving damage and waiting. Not really much to say about this. Like, I hope they're gonna change a bit, like on the other side. I mean, they will be defending on steps. My prognosis was 3-1 for Tropical. But if they keep playing like this, oh dear. Did Koma bounce a single shell? I wonder.
I mean, it's an Escon close range against the Kran who's exposing Cupolas.
But still, man. He didn't bounce like a single one. Wow.
Yeah. I'm thinking, you know, if you make this kind of a play, so... Alright, you're discussing beforehand. So we play steps, we push 9-0 lane. What happens if they have somebody behind the rock? Well, they won't put somebody... they won't put... Why would they put... Why on God's given planet would they put anybody behind the rock? That's not gonna happen. Don't worry about it. Now, what if they put 2 tanks behind the rock? Well...
I was like kind of wondering there. Why did they send the Kranwagen solo on the other side? Why not a Bachat who can actually flank on his own and do some stuff? But I guess this is the answer. They were expecting some kind of YOLO swag, and they put 2 Bachats behind that rock, and it paid off handsomely.
Maybe Tropico was baiting with the STRV, because we said that they don't have anything to put on the cap, right? On base number 1. They could always put the STRV on cap, he wouldn't be spotted. They were like, maybe. You know, I'm trying to find a reason here. I'm trying to find some forgiving
but even if you put an STRV there, he's still surrounded by a bunch of 113s, which are kind of blind tanks and not really accurate in sniping or holding those positions. They're good just for this, for push, which never happened. So, yeah, that's it about that game. 1-0 for Pozdro Poshwatch, guys, and Tropical Cyclone. Need to clown less, I guess, and play a bit more serious in the next one, because these kind of games can get out of the hand really fast. I mean, it's only best of 5, so if they throw like another one like this, it's already a match point.
Yeah, that's the danger of best of 5, you know? You try something which doesn't work, you're immediately almost back against the wall, you lose another one that's match point. You lose another one, well, then you're watching the rest of the tournament from home. I mean, they are home already, but, you know, comfy in your slippers, flip-flops, behind the TV, you know?
Well, we'll be seeing what they want to play in defense side now. After we see the setup, it's going to be way easier for us to say anything more about it. But the usual play on this 7-on-7 format now is to protect this very cap, which Pozdro guys did protect.
Look at the lineup from Tropical. Double Kran, triple S, Skunk, Pancher,
Badger,
and a Bat.
Badger,
5A, Kran, 113, I
can kind of imagine where do they want to put Badger on the rail?
If you want to put the Badger anywhere, you put it on A4 or hold on, I think.
No, I think like maybe on A5, you know?
Yeah, it's like A4, A5, yeah?
Yeah. There, where people usually keep an I7, but this one has a better DPM.
I mean, it's technically A4 Mojo, but you're correct.
Okay, A4 it is. Granted.
Look, it's not really A5, is it? For, you know.
It's not. You're correct, and I know how much you like to be correct. So I already said it. Yes.
No, that's not true.
No.
Never. I just disagreed with you telling me that I'm correct, Mojo. Therefore, I don't always want to be correct. Checkmate.
No, you just want to be like
more correct. I don't know if there is such a thing, but here we saw Tropical go towards base number 2 with their whole team. Postro says, "You know what? You did it. We do it. We split the cookie in half."
Well, the big purple blob is pushing toward the 2 cap. The I7s are meant for that, so you can stick them in that cap. The low profile and armor helps, but not that much if the cooldown tanks manage to come close enough without being prevented by anything. Now we will see how will this Badger option work, because that's not the fastest tank and definitely not the best when you want to counter push this cap. So this could have been a bit too one-minded by Tropical, because they might lack some rotation with this. Conrad is taking some damage and by focus fire from the Tropical while entering the cap. He ends up on 1500. Will it be all? Or one more happens. So 1000 HP left for Conrad, and Whiterock also losing around 1k for that. Nice connection on Profus there.
Nice connection from Yosi and the I7 on towards Profus. Obviously, the I7 slightly harder to kill than the Kran. Also,
you have to pick way more.
Yeah, for display, the turret is better on the I7. I know that's weird to say, but it really is. But now the Badger's coming. The Badger is coming. Repeat.
Badger, mushroom. Yeah, something like that. Badger will keep the upper lane, I guess, because I don't think he can cross to the lower one at all. So he'll just like shoot the tanks if they counter push on Profus, and everyone else from Tropical should just like huggle together and just push.
Wait, the repush is coming from Tropical in the meantime. Verwi, why is it always Verwi leading the charge? Verwi going in first. Verwi taking the biggest amount of damage already. Verwi taking some more. Verwi down towards 1000. Verwi down towards 600 now. Orchek is having a freebie out of this S-Kong. Smiley not getting in position to shield, but they are going to pick up Orchek. And then Mojo, what happens usually after is that I7 in the cap. He becomes so isolated. In the meantime, the Badger is just peeking freely. Profus now from the side as well. And yeah, it looked rough here for Tropical, but the repush at the right time, yes, they lose Verwi, but in return, they lose 3 tanks for the side of Pozdro.
It was not really a great cover by Pozdro, and not really a good counter. I mean, this Butchat should have been implemented a bit better, maybe, to cover those I7s from the outer side, if they do that, so he can like flank and butcher them instead of just keeping everything in the lower side. But whatever, man. Now they have 4 guys, they're in attack and they're stuck. This is the problem. The HP is kind of similar, but when you take in the counting like that, there is 6 tanks from Tropical alive and that they're defending. These tanks from Pozdro are not in the best position because they need to make the plays.
Well, 4v6 surrounded with no escape route. I'm not sure what play they could possibly go for, Margo.
I mean, technically Butchat could kind of evade out with sacrificing some HP. But what will he achieve by it? 800 HP is really risky because he will receive 1 minimum for leaving. Like minimum 1. And then they can just send Panuka for him because Panuka is in the back with 1000 HP. And again, we are in a waiting period like in a previous game because now Tropical does not have to do anything more. They've done all the dirty and hard work and they can just lay back in their sleepers, as Ducky said, and wait for Pozdro to realize that they have to push forward, die gloriously or do whatever.
I mean, you always try to remain optimistic, right? Like maybe the team can recover. But they are going for the push here. The Badger picking the corner. Itox there having a good time. Badgen away. Papa Pavian currently utterly jealous about this unfolding in front of him. Badger is his favorite tank per se, as Itox is happily farming a Pozdro here with their last ditch attempt on towards the tanks of Tropical, but it's an easy clean up operation. Those tanks pushing in, you know, 4v6 and 7v7 is almost impossible. You already need like positional advantage or HP advantage. Like we saw Fame against Ray, they had positional advantage and they were able to club it back, right? But here, yep, they didn't have HP advantage, they didn't have positional advantage, and not a tank advantage either.
Well, we are back to square one, 1-1, Tropical against Pozdro. Currently, this was more interesting than the first game. I'm gonna just say it at that, at least. A bit even match. so far, but on the first one, it looked like Tropical just did something foolish and it didn't work out. On the second game, their defense was way more sturdier, and Pozdro just like did a standard attack, I would say, like from the textbook. If you write a textbook, how can you attack this cap on 7-on-7? This was it. There was no big changes in it.
Their approach of getting to the cap was correct. I mean, you establish 113 behind the rock, you establish the positions, then you push with the I7s onto the cap. But the issue is that the lineup from Tropical, it's so heavy,
it's so hold down-ish and so DPM wise.
Which one of the tanks from Tropical does not play hold down? Trivia question, Mojo.
Bachat.
Yeah, congratulations. I knew you would figure it out. So it's 6 hold down tanks, and yeah, you take the initial damage for getting onto the cap, which is a sacrifice you have to make, right? You don't have a choice. You have to bleed the HP to be able to do that. And
they actually gave some shots back, so that was an okay trade. So far, so good. But the following part of the game was impossible for them.
But also something to really remember, right? Which is an important aspect of almost any push. So Pozdro pushed, but it wasn't a full push. It was a push to get onto the cap, right? When Tropical repush, you could see they lost Verui, right? So they lost 1 tank. But between that, after that, the damage got spread. It's hard to focus a secondary target after the first one, because not all your guns are in the same position. So where Pozdro loses 3 guns and Tropical loses a lot of HP, they're only able to take 1 away. So then you end with a 6v4, because they are taking that initiative. They are able to pick the tanks that they want to. They're able to delete those IS-7s, Takran, and then stay alive at the tanks that are low HP.
Yeah, the biggest problem is because the guys from Pozdro who are in that moment defending themselves, I don't think they traded aggressive enough. They let them have that cooldown. They should have fought until death, not to allow that. And also, as you said, you have those I7s in a cap, and they're not really a great participant in that part of the game. They don't have the greatest targets. They're easily controlled, and they're easily outdamaged. That's why I didn't like the fact that they had a Bachat on the lower side and not on upper, where he can maybe flank the Badger and the Super Conk, and maybe even delete 1 tank doing so, combined with those I7s. They were just left to fend for themselves. I didn't like that. But anyways, 1-1, Tropical coming on top on this game. We will see how will it be on Himmelsdorf now. Tropical will be defending in the first game, and Pozdro will be obviously attacking. Did Tropical play Himmel
today?
No,
it was Mines. It
was Muro Ghost Mines.
Muro Ghost Mines, yes.
So we haven't seen them play Steps, we haven't seen them play Himmel, so there is a high chance they're not even utilizing the maze threats for this match. But since they might fall out, that might come in very dangerous for them. But anyways, Tropical Cyclone. 1-113, 1-277, 1 BZ55, 1B, 2 Kongs, and even 100. Quite a differential setup, but very heavy. No Bachat CS or anything like that.
Pozdro with a 113, I think there was a 277 there as well. Yeah, 1277 CS. On this W100 and a 50B.
Very aggressive. Yeah. Very aggressive opening by Tropical, something like old school games we've seen before, when you push the 1-2 line to prevent any movement over there immediately, while you keep only 1 heavy tank in the back. 277 already taking the cooldown on G3 position, so he can spot the rotation.
I don't like that, by the way.
Having a 277 there?
And I just don't like taking it early. I mean, yes, Ichi is less effective now since the patch, but still, if somebody starts spamming Ichi at you from the hill, I mean, it will do between a 50 and 150 damage, let's say, right? But if they do that 5 or 6 times, you're already starting to take a lot of damage for this. And there's also always the lucky hit aspect, where you shoot enough times, so you're gonna connect it at some point. Verui again. Verui is not how, every time I look at Verui, he's taking damage. Every time. Without exceptions.
He's gonna ask you not to watch him anymore. Well, Visit is not the most armored tanks, that's for sure. It's very soft. How great the gun it has, the armor is by far lacking. So Verivi and Panuka are watching the lower line because they can outburst the most damage in the tropical team. White Rock is taking like a really big pointy position on that crossroad with his 113, and he has to watch from the lower side and for the middle street that can push him on that H4 position.
I kind of like that he's not shooting the tram to give him a little bit more cover from behind. So, because if they're shooting heat, they're gonna obviously explode on impact and not gonna be able to hit him. Hacker took one in the meantime. They're lucky they don't have an E3 or something. Maybe that's because they don't have an E3 that he decided that he got told to go here. Because this can be painful in a lot of cases.
Do you think that their read of the game goes that far, or they just play like what they thought they should?
No, but I'm trying to make it seem better than it is.
Okay. They're very smart. That was everything according to the plan.
Yes. I would love to see if he still goes there, if they have like an E3 or something, hitting him for like 200, 300 each shell.
But what is Pozro doing while this is going on? Like Yoje is playing a CS as far as I saw. Was that a CS?
Yes.
Or is it? And what is he doing all this time?
He's on the hill.
Well, all right.
There's a weakness here. There's a big weakness. What happens if they take this control here for the side of Pozro?
Like they are now, yes?
This is not safe.
Nope. And apparently the Pozro guys realize that, and they're gonna abuse it to the fullest. KP and Orchek are gonna start farming Hacker here, and there is absolutely no one who can reliably help him. So they will have to start rotating tanks from the rail, and it's actually happening right as we speak. I hope like one of the Pozro guys will not peek carelessly toward this E100. That would be quite foolish. So they rotated a couple of tanks from the rail, and they managed to respond damage-wise. So OKP. Whoa.
Like, I understand that they are able to get angles onto... Also, this angle is better, by the way, from here, I think, to shoot this. I mean, yeah, you can get shot by this, but most of the tanks are on 1-2. Now the trade is not that good.
It's actually horrendous at the moment.
Yeah, I'm trying to be nice mood, right? I've taken a new approach in life. Matsui? Health points? More check?
What is going on here? It looks like purple guys from Pozro are just like giving themselves to Tropical, and Tropical is now finally doing a counter push because they're falling apart. Hacker died finally in his 277, but that paid off like 5,000 or 6,000 HP for Tropical. So that's more than enough.
Yeah, like the Pozro read was good, but the way they executed it, not as much, you know, like...
Yeah, the fat boys are pressuring the corner to the Verivian Profus, but little do they know, as far as I saw, Tropical does have tanks rotating from the back. Yes, White Rock is going in their big, fat, juicy asses, and he's gonna start farming there.
Yo! Okay, White Rock indeed coming from behind. I wouldn't go as far as using Mojo's terminology, but... Okay. I mean, yeah, they are big, Mojo. They are very big, those human adults. They are also getting... absolutely dominated. Completely true of my military.
Bro, these U100s are total BBB format in this game.
Dude, yes, true. And yeah, Tropical with an easy cleanup. Now, Mojo, I'm gonna ping it. This is better than, like, you peek out, you take the E100 shot from here, like, cause you can only get shot from this here, not by any of this. You peek out, you kill Hacker, and you traded 2 max 3 shots for it, no?
Yeah, because you also they had like 1 clipper and one single shooter tank, so like I would say like they would receive maybe 2 shells max, and then E100 would have to make a play and expose himself and so on. But stuff didn't work out that way because there was a little shortcut taken. Smiley is playing 1-on-1 against Conrad. Will there be a kill? Nope. White Rock picks him up for pretty secure and semi-easy round from Tropical.
It shouldn't have been semi-easy.
It shouldn't have been, but it was.
The read from Pozro, the approach that they had, I liked it. You know, on the 3-4 line, I just think that, you know, they picked one gap too early, because the higher up you go, the less good Hacker's position, the less good Hacker positions becomes, because he has no more hold down to play with. So, and then after it just all started peaking sideways.
Yeah, Hacker obviously didn't do much damage there because he couldn't. From that, he was there like a sacrificial lamb. Orchekin 50B actually doing quite a bit. That's like almost 3 full clips. But it's just sadly not enough. Vervi and Panuka and Profus doing all above 3k, man, even above 4k Vervi. So technically it didn't even matter that much. It's just like all about positioning. Like once they traded so bad for Hacker, the game was already done. Like they started trading really bad everywhere on the map after that.
Yeah, straight out, I saw like 3 guys peek sideways, you know?
Yeah, this is like not the way they're gonna win this game. It's 2-1 for Tropical at the moment. This is, as we said, best of 5 games, so it's a match point. First to 3 wins. And we will be watching Tropical in attack form and Pozdro in their defense. I mean,
if you want to peek sideways, Mojo, I recommend the 257. It's a Russian tier 9 heavy tank. It is extremely good at peeking sideways. It's actually designed to peek sideways, Mojo, because the frontal armor is trash. So maybe that is something that the Pozdro players might be interested in after this game.
Well, side armor, best armor. That's what I heard, man. And they didn't really prove it. So we will be, I don't know, possibly watching the last game.
Mojo, all I'm going to say is,
yes?
you and me, we better hope that Tropical win, because what did we predict?
Predictions. 3-1, but I think everyone did, right?
No. The 2 analysts, quote unquote, predicted 3-2.
They did?
Yeah.
Pretty sure at least one of them did 3-1.
I think it said 3-2 for both of them.
Okay. We're just gonna say it's 3-2 for both of them, and it's gonna be true because we said it.
Exactly.
That's good enough. Well, it's gonna be a shorter night if Tropical wins this one, but Pozdro does have a chance. I don't know, man. Like, I haven't seen them play before. Like, I've been watching what they did in groups and so on, and they actually played like 3-2 against Fame. Like, they lost 3-2 in groups against Fame. No, that was 3-1. Sorry. That was against Tropical. They played 3-2.
SMH, Mojo lying. There's the predictions, by the way, Mojo. On screen.
Oh la la. So they changed their mind after the first game.
Yeah, imagine.
They changed their mind and then they like scratched it.
Imagine going from leading to becoming an analyst and still not being able to predict the right scores.
Wow. He's not done leading yet.
How the tables turn, huh?
We shall see. We shall see.
Now, match point for Tropical. It's been an interesting road here, and it will be decided on the roads of Himmelsdorf. If this is going to go to a tiebreaker on mines, or this is going to go so far no team won their attack, by the way, Mojo. I was thinking about it just now.
Yep, all defense is here. So according to that, then maybe Pozdro will be the victor in this one. They have like not that meaty setup, couple of super conks, only one E100, and again they are also opting for 1-2 line. No one is actually protecting the 2 cap that much nowadays, at least in these games.
No, these teams favoring 1-2 line plays. They are deciding to do it with 277s, not the 113s.
I mean, even CSA did it, if you remember.
Oh, but look at... let me see Tropical's line out. Yeah. They're kind of missing one tank, which I would assume they would pick for what they're trying to do.
I like this choo-choo train on E3, like honeycomb E3, getting pushed first by 50 Bs.
On Tropical's team, I'm kind of missing an IS4 because it looks like they might go for this here. Actually, I saw Verbi's team play this in 6v6 as well. I don't know if they're going to go for it, but it goes like... There's a position, I think it's here, for the CS, which allows you to spot this. So you always know if something's coming onto the hill. Oh my god, he might be going there. I don't know, we'll see. And then you play this here with the E3. You play maybe something, you can play something here, because you can also side skip from there, right? And watch this. And then you play onto the cap with 2 tanks here.
Well, it's been done like many times before.
Oh my god, look, he's right there, dude.
It's like you're psychic. And anyways, like Pozdro guys realize there is something going on. They're pressuring to close in the distance. and they're not seeing no enemy contact whatsoever. The E100 is rotating back to B4. You can see him here. So he's gonna try to do a spot, but I don't think he's gonna enter
Oh, they're not
this
doing
because
that.
that would be too risky for him.
He can't with the E3. They're doing a different version. I'm so sad.
I like these purple camos, man.
I kind of like the honeycomb if it wasn't so bright.
This is like something from a toy box.
Okay, they're kind of camping that way, but not really. I thought they would do the
They're
same thing.
kind of capping from everywhere.
Yeah, I thought they would do the same thing as Verby's team does.
But interesting part here in this strategy is that they put 50 Bs in the cap on the lower part. That means when they see the enemy counter push from any side, they're just gonna push with Bs out on whichever side they deem is necessary. And they're fast enough tanks, so they will not take much damage for it, and they will burst out a lot in exchange. And they will still have 113 capping from upper side.
In 16 seconds, they will probably go for the E100 when he gets spotted, because he'll take an E3 shell almost straight. Like Fed is spotted now. Panu is already peeking, a little premature. Panu, Rufus, Hacker, and Panu all have to go for the E100 now. They're doing this. The first tracks come down towards Fed. Can they retrack him, that E100? Yes, they do. They retrack him now again. They need to make their clips count on this E100. They are doing that so far. One more shot from Hacker will close them out, and that is good stuff, Mojo. Picking the opportunity and the angle at which they want to take down a tank, as you said, and they picked the E100, which was a perfect choice in this regard.
It was a really good reaction by them, and now there is you can see constant lag in reaction of Pozro team. They've sent a visit on other side, but he was late to get there. They sent 3 tanks to help P100 there, but they were of course late again. So that leaves us in 6 to 7 scenario. 10 seconds to go on a cap. They have to pressure from every possible side to decap, and the time when the time is of an essence, that means you're throwing your HP way more than you want to.
Yeah, now a big E3 shot coming out as well from Itox in the back line, 16 seconds. And that still remains the issue that Hacker on the north side of the cap has nobody that can reset him without them crossing into the E100, into the E3. The E3 on the B line is cutting off this whole rotation. 4 seconds now. There needs to be a reset. The Feezy's crossing over. Does he get it? He takes a lot of damage. 0-0. The cap gets confirmed. And it's going to be Tropical stealing the win and the match right under the noses of Pozro with a 3-1 scoreline, closing it out and showing us a good attack on Himmelsdorf here. And yes, that E100, no support, completely isolated, nobody to cover him.
It was like a big difference in experience that's been shown in this couple of games that we could see between Pozro guys and Tropical. Tropical, we said already, this is their 3rd tournament on WoT7, so they've been showing constant progress. And this is a different game than when you have a 15-15. You have 2 caps, the caps are moved differently, and you have to abuse every little corner and crook you can make there. And these guys obviously didn't have the knowledge required to deal with it. This is a kind of a textbook, what Tropical did, like setting up an E3, having those Bs in a cap when there is no one in a cap. Usually you would never put them there, but since no one is controlling the cap, you can. And as we said, you can burst out from the cap, choosing the side where you will go with those massive 8 shells. So really good game by them. GG for them. They're staying in a tournament and passing on the next round of the lower bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, after their defeat, both the teams from the upper bracket, actually after their respective defeats against Invil and CSA, actually making their way through the lower bracket. So Fame taking out the raid and Tropical taking out Postro here. So we continue with the 4 teams we had left from the upper bracket, Mojo, in the whole tournament.
Yeah, they will be continuing, but we will see what will happen in the next round. Like we will have to see Tropical fighting Fame, I believe, next when tomorrow happens, and then who will fall from the upper bracket down and so on and so on. But anyways, that is enough from the 2 of us. The duo of magnificent analysts is ready, Keyhand and Insane. Well, one more magnificent than the other by the knowledge at least. So take it away, guys.
Why, thank you for the compliments, Mojo. Who else could they have come from other than you? And yeah, we are left with another quick best of 5 after Fame won 3-0 against Raid. This one was a quick 3-1 for Cyclone here, who had a pretty strange first attack on steps, but then they actually came to their senses and sort of started playing World of Tanks. So yeah, first of all, I think we're going to take a look at the updated structure asset to see where we're going with that. It's updating at the moment, but yeah, it should be there any second. Any particular comments about the match we just witnessed, Insane?
To be fair, when I saw the first round, I got scared. I got scared for Tropical because I was like completely lost about this push, fully gambling, pushing there, meeting some tanks against, and then just throwing HP like if it's Christmas. I don't know. I had no words. Like they were like what 6k, 7k HP down, but then they managed to actually prove that they were not the finalists of the last edition for no reason. They played well and they won 3-1 over Pozdro.
So yeah, here we actually have the updated structure asset. CSA taking the big win over Fame in match 1, going to match 6 directly. Same for Invil with Tropical. That left us with matches 3 and 4 respectively, Raid against Fame and Pozdro against Tropical, where Ducky so smartly mentioned both of the upper bracket teams made it through, so they're going to meet tomorrow in what for the last tournament was the lower bracket final already. So yeah, that's going to be our first match of tomorrow. Then we have CSA against Invil, and whoever loses in that match is going to fight against the winner of match 5, and whoever wins matches 6 and 7 respectively obviously makes it to the grand finals, where we're hopefully in for a big treat of a best of 9 and not a rather short match like the one we're about to analyze. It felt to me like round 1 Tropical, yeah, they tried something. It maybe wasn't completely thought through. Maybe they didn't read the lineup correctly of the enemy team. After that, though, some pretty ingenious stuff. I especially like the Badger.
I don't know. I think it's pretty standard, to be fair. Like, it has been played already. I think that was the Russian team, the team that is currently playing in the TP League Aspire. That they already played that Badger, so they just probably copied the ID. They just added the crown on that defense, but that was pretty standard. From the same perspective, the Polish team, they attacked kind of the same way, and they gave the opportunity to the opposing team to react the same way, just play over the cap, repush, do their damage. So I don't think on this match there were anything really impressive. Like the teams played what they had. We will go in details over that when we have the replays ready. But I think at the end of the day, Tropical better. Pozdro not showing up that strong, and at the end of the day, they lost.
Yeah, indeed. I hear the replays are ready, so we'll jump right into the first match where Tropical did show weakness. There was this weird 9-0 line push, and to be honest, Pozdro, they were just set up so well. Double Badger behind the stone basically to farm, then you're pushing into hull down Eskong, hull down Kranbang. You even have one more Eskong on the upper side, so you can't really provide support. They were like, I don't get why they put the STRV in FG0 when at the same time they're pushing, so they're basically denying shots to the STRV.
I am an analyst, but I don't think there is much to analyze there. That's just bad from the side of Tropical. They try at the end of the day
That's
to
what
just
we
push,
got you here for. Very good.
They had no play, so they tried to overpush, but they were down double their HP. So yeah, Pozdro just sitting, chilling, trading, shooting, and just completely deleting these things from Tropical. That was an horrible start. They played well on their defense, but they didn't do anything outstanding. They just perfectly reacted around that base to push, and that's what you can expect from a lot of teams, to be fair.
Alright, and then we have round number 2, Pozdro also opting for that 2-cap attack here. With the double IS-7 in the cap, obviously very, very strong hull down, even sometimes pens the S-coms frontally in the turret, as Profuse just experienced. But yeah, as soon as the Badger starts arriving and the repush starts happening in the lower side, it all turns against the team in purple.
Exactly. Pozdro, they are providing Tropical the opportunity to take their time to rotate all their tanks to repush like they did on the 0 line, which was actually great. They took down the Osage pretty fast in the crown, then they were taking care of the IS-7s in the cap, and after that the game was basically more or less over, because they had all the positions of the word. You had Pozdro out of position, and that was pretty much it about the step map we had for that match.
Yeah, you can see there Itox in the Badger, just peeking onto the i7 with impunity. There's no way the i7 can retaliate in any way, shape or form. And on we go to round number 3. And yeah, Verbi taking some initial damage, but then Postro starting to...
There is something very interesting, sorry to catch you to say there, especially about Daki. He's a caster, he's getting hold, he lacks some knowledge, he lacks some understanding, but I'm here as an analyst to actually tell the truth. That 277 move on G3 is actually good from the side of Tropical, because this is only 8 minutes, and with the HE nerf, you cannot actually do enough damage on that 277 in the time you have. So that was a good play, not a bad play, like he said. And the issue there for Prostro though is they are not utilizing the base 2 at all. They're playing exactly into what Tropical wants. They're trying to take a hacker out, which is actually bad the way they did it. They traded really poorly. They picked like one by one, and there were the crossfire angles from Tropical that worked really well. So that round, that could be Postro winning. They could also have tanks going over the hill. Of course, with the 8 minutes you have, it's harder to actually make it, but they played that pretty bad.
Alright, and into round number 4 we go, and I think that was just a misread here by Postro, to be honest. They all went into the south trying to counter something, and then Tropical had all the time in the world to set up that cap. I think Itox even bounced one shell onto Timfed when he's trying to repush, but the double 50B was still able to basically clip out onto the E100 with the help of Hacker in the 113.
That's exactly the same tactic almost at what Tropical played in the defense. This tactic is very limited, very gambly, because you can see if the enemy team is going over the hill, you have to rotate straight from the south, which is gambly because you lack informations, you don't have informations. And then Prostro, they were out of position. They had to deal with this triple cap, this double Hyunda, covering the angles, the CS on the hill, the E3. So that was just full control from the side of Tropical, just cap pressure, angles. They were just chilling.
Yeah, and here we can see that's already, I think, yeah, that's the last seconds where they failed to even supply some resets, but the HP, the positions, they were just hugely in favor of Tropical, and thus we need to say goodbye to Raid and also to Postro after only one match each. And yeah, that wraps up our day for today. Tune in tomorrow at 4 PM CEST for even more, hopefully awesome matches with the 4 teams that we have left, for even more drops, and I'll leave the last words to you.
Well, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed today's matches. Tomorrow we have even more exciting matches incoming. We have the 4 teams that were from the winner bracket left, the 4 teams that can be considered possibly the strongest. So I hope you're going to be here to tune in and watch those matches. And I wish all of you a very good night.